So 2025 is finally over. 2 months ago. I'm a little bit late making this video, but it's time to stop and rank all 160 new 2025 movies that I saw, from the worst to the best, the Supercut. Whew, this video is going to be a doozy. I use templates to create my ranking videos, and it's based off the longest ranking I've ever done before, which was only 75 movies. Only 75 movies. This one is going to be 158. Broken into 3 parts and then super cut together afterwards. So I'm already exhausted and I just started filming. Normally these are live streams done on January 1st. That's a tradition that I love, and hopefully we'll be back this next January. Essentially what happened was I got sick in the middle of December and kind of lost a week. That was my prep week to kind of even making a list of 158 takes a lot of time to just think through it and get everything prepped for it. Then it was Christmas, it was my anniversary, and then it was the end of the year list, and Stranger Things was dropping. So it's just busy. And we got to January 1st, and I got to go to Critics' Choice Awards this year, but it was on January 4th, which meant I left town to go to LA January 2nd. Week after Critics' Choice, I volunteered at my church. I was at a youth retreat. The week after that, I spoke at a college event. And then like a week after that, Texas froze over. And then like a week after that was the Super Bowl. This past weekend, I spoke at another event. And so I've just been like spinning plates in all these different directions, trying to make everything happen. So finally, things have slowed down for a few weeks so I can catch up and make my epic ranking. And so this year, for the first time ever, it's actually going to be an edited video. Let's get started. First up, Movie X, untitled movie that I did see. I just can't discuss on any detail on my channel. And if you know the title of the movie, which if you go down to the comments, there'll be people telling you what the name of the movie is. I'm not going to discuss it on my channel, but I did see it, and so it was included here. Essentially, my oldest best friend, going back to the 3rd grade, was in a movie. He was the best man at my wedding. I'm at press screenings with him all the time. He's one of the people that's helped me, even little journeys, connections here and there, connected me with Fantastic Fest. He was in a movie that played at Fantastic Fest this past year and came out this past year. It's just the movie, even the title of it, if you hear the title of it, you go, okay, I know why Sean's not covering this on his channel that's generally family friendly. I don't use bad language on my channel. The title of this movie includes a bad word, and the movie itself lives up to its very vulgar title. So I wanted to support my friend. It was a very uncomfortable viewing experience, very funny viewing experience, but wildly inappropriate. So it's not really in last place. I'm not really reviewing it. I'm just saying there's another movie that I saw that a friend was in that I wouldn't have seen otherwise. Actual last place, War of the Worlds. And the idea of doing like a screen life adaptation of War of the Worlds potentially could be interesting. War of the Worlds has always had a history of working with technology, and you know, Orson Welles did a radio broadcast back in the 30s that freaked people out. Maybe there's something cool there. This isn't it. This is just like a cheapy way to do War of the Worlds that's not a good screen life movie, and it's not a good disaster movie. And putting Ice Cube as our lead character in here, to do a screen life movie, you have to have an actor that can emote, that has a very large emotional range, and they can communicate it through their face. That's just not who he is. And so the movie just doesn't work. There's horrible mistakes all along the way. And then you get to the 3rd act and the world is saved by Amazon Prime delivery drones. Ridiculous. 158, Star Trek Section 31. As a lifelong Star Trek fan that has a picture of myself with my captain right here on my desk, this movie was just simply offensive. It's trying to do like Guardians of the Galaxy with Star Trek, and instead it turned out like Borderlands from 2 years ago in Star Trek. It's terrible Star Trek. It's like both niche Star Trek because it's about Section 31, a very kind of niche aspect of the Star Trek lore, while trying to be mass appeal by doing the Guardians of the Galaxy colorful thing, and it's just horrible. I don't know who it's for. I don't know why they greenlit it. Just a disaster. 157, Happy Gilmore 2. This one breaks my heart because I love the original Happy Gilmore. That's one of those movies that we quote around my house all the time. And this film just made a series of choices that I think were disastrous. Right off the bat, they decided to kill off a character at the beginning, turn Happy Gilmore into Alcoholic Gilmore, which is just not what I go to these movies for. As someone that my dad drank himself to death, and as someone who's been to rehab for alcoholism, I found a lot of it kind of just offensive, the way that it treated alcoholism. And when it's not being like just a wet blanket of a movie about alcoholism and making jokes out of things that aren't funny, it's just a series of cameos. A few of them were funny, a few of them made sense. Most of them were just completely random, lowbrow humor, and just constant flashbacks to be like, remember the better movie? Remember the first movie? Here's a reference to it. Total dump. 156, You're Cordially Invited. A rom-com of sorts, but not really. A film about Will Ferrell, Reese Witherspoon, both of them trying to plan a wedding for a loved one, and they overbooked on the same island. And somehow you took two actors that I find very charming and pleasant and made both of them just unbearable, awful characters. And then we're supposed to be like rooting for them at the end. It absolutely did not work for me. 155, The Strangers Chapter 2. This whole trilogy is just kind of a complete misfire that, from the basic premise, undermines the whole thing that makes The Strangers interesting, which is we don't know anything about the strangers. They're just strangers, and people are being killed simply because they're there. And then they decided to make a trilogy explaining their backstory. That's what this movie is. It started like, here's what the strangers were like when they were kids. Otherwise, it's just a chase movie. And so it's dull. You don't care about the characters. And it's just fundamentally a bad idea for a strangers movie. 154, another Simple Favor. I'm a big fan of the original film. Paul Feig, when he hits it out of the park, and when he misses, boy, does he miss, and this was a massive miss. I was actually at the world premiere of this movie at South by Southwest. Blake Lively, Anna Kendrick, Paul Feig, all in the room. It's the most exciting way you can watch this movie, and I left the theater like, oh boy, that did not work. The problem here is the first movie worked because it was about like an average woman who dreams of something more interesting, fantasizes about it, and then finds herself getting wrapped up in kind of this murder mystery and things like that. And this one loses all of that. And we start off, and our lead character is famous and is an author and has a big YouTube channel. And then they go off to an exotic location where it's like lifestyle porn. There's some jokes in here that are so poorly conceived, like they didn't even stop to think about what they were doing. So a movie that completely misses every single thing about what made the original movie work. 153, The Pickup, a totally forgettable, unfunny, direct-to-streaming comedy starring Eddie Murphy and Pete Davidson, a number of other familiar faces, like solid cast that are just giving nothing to do. Eddie Murphy is one of the funniest people of the last 45 years, or at least one of the funniest people of the 80s. I don't know that he's lived up to the funniest the last 30 of those years, but he's the straight man in this that's just trying to be serious, while Pete Davidson is farting in an armored truck that only has a window this big, and so it smells. Get it? Because farts stink, and the window's only this small, so there's no air circulation, so they just have to smell it. Get it? Like, that's this idea of a great joke, and then Eddie Murphy's just like making serious faces, just wasting his talent for lowbrow fart jokes. Real quick, I want to let you know, this year I'm being really active on Letterboxd. I've tracked every movie in 2026 that I've seen thus far, besides the ones from the last 2 days that I just haven't recorded my notes yet. And so I'm writing reviews of older movies. Sometimes they're just me joking around, but every movie I'm seeing, I'm recording it, putting a score for it. Most of them I'm writing a review for them. So some of them are obscure ones, some of my favorite movies, and then every new movie that's come out, I'm tracking it. So if you use Letterboxd, you can find my username down there. I've been very active on there this year. I've had it for like 7 years, and people are like, why don't you use it? This is the year I'm trying to take it seriously, learn how to do it right, and actually deliver. So follow me down there if you're a Letterboxd user. 152, Flight Risk. One of the most insane director drop-offs of all time. This movie was directed by Mel Gibson. Obviously, people have their opinions on his personal life, but as a director, he has an amazing track record. This guy won Oscars for Braveheart. And the movie he did before this was Hacksaw Ridge, which was nominated for Oscars. And this is both on the level of ambition, scope, and size, a dramatically smaller film than what he's been doing. Also, horribly executed version of it. So it's not only is it like, yeah, he decided to make like a B-movie thriller, which would be fine. Like, oh, Oscar-winning director tackles B-movie. What? That could be fun. No, it's just bad. Like, it's a poorly executed. It looks cheap. The script doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm obviously Mel Gibson's had his issues, doesn't have the clout that he used to have, but where did his talent go? 151, Five Nights at Freddy's 2. I'm not particularly familiar with the franchise. I don't know the lore. My son is obsessed with all of it. So for me, I'm just watching this as a movie person, and this just felt like a movie that was all about Easter eggs and not about plot at all. And I suppose some of that's what the game is like. There's a couple sequences where like, okay, that's kind of cool. That's a little bit creepy. But the whole time it's like, where are we going? What's the point of this? What am I supposed to care about? How does this make any sense? Like, it just felt like a movie that just did absolutely nothing to try and actually work as a movie. It's designed exclusively for fans to catch the little references here and there. But even my son wasn't super crazy about it. I guess I was said he was more positive about it in my previous stuff, and he like corrected me afterwards, like, Dad, why did you tell people that I really like Five Nights at Freddy's 2? I had issues with a lot of the choices they made. Like, okay, I'll correct that next time I talk about it, buddy. Bringing us into the top 150, Snow White, a movie that is just kind of pretty well ill-conceived from the very beginning. That Disney kind of got this creatively bankrupt idea that their best bet for Disney live-action movies was just to keep remaking their animated canon without paying any attention to which movies make sense to do that with. Which ones make sense to be converted into $200 million modern-day blockbusters. Aladdin, Lion King, makes sense. Snow White, not so much. Both there isn't a big enough audience for it. Like, everybody knows Snow White, but they don't rewatch Snow White the way they rewatch The Renaissance, Lilo and Stitch, Frozen, Moana. And so it just fundamentally never made sense. And then likewise, the original Snow White is kind of this like small little episodic little thing because it was the original feature-length animated movie. So then, of course, we've got to convert it into a blockbuster. They wanted to like reinvent it, and they didn't want to have the dwarfs in it, and they needed to make Snow White like this revolutionary icon that's like carrying on her father's legacy. None of this is really compatible with the original idea, which led to reshoots after reshoots. And so the movie you get is just this bizarro thing that wants to be a big blockbuster version of Snow White, and it's just a dud. 149, Love Hurts. And having this movie this low on the list also hurts. This stars Ke Huy Quan as the kind of like normal guy in the suburbs. It turns out he's got a violent past, and I was really excited for this movie because of the studio making it, because he was starring in it. And then the film itself just didn't really work. The script doesn't pull it all together. There's like some action in it that's okay, but when you don't care about the plot of the characters and it's just like fundamentally structured so poorly, I just got nothing out of it. So huge disappointment. 48, Don't Mess with Grandma. This was a very small budget action comedy, martial arts comedy starring Michael Jai White. I actually saw it a year and a half ago at Fantastic Fest, and just a real disappointing film once again. Of like, I can enjoy direct-to-video action movies. I can enjoy a lot of low-budget action films, but this one is just so low budget that the action isn't compelling at all. And it's trying to be a comedy to kind of like, I mean, we're not trying to just be an action movie. It's a comedy, but it's not funny. So it just doesn't deliver anything. Like, Billy Zane shows up from time to time in it. There's just a couple cameos. Like, what's he doing here? But just nothing. It doesn't deliver on any of its parts. 147, Bloodstorm. This is a micro-budget action film that stars a fellow YouTuber, Viking Samurai. I'm buddies with him, interviewed him one time. And he did a movie last year called Last Kumite. That's kind of inspired by Bloodsport and other movies that I love. I enjoyed that one a good bit more than this one. This one is kind of more like a prison break kind of action film. And I don't think it was able, with the budget and limitations, it just wasn't able to pull off its ambitions big enough. I don't really like to pick up, like this one, Don't Mess with Grandma. It's not a lot of fun to kind of have them low on this list because they are just like much lower budget films that didn't have the resources to pull off some of the bigger ambitions that you need to like really do action. So I feel bad putting them low, but also have to be honest. Next up, Vicious. This is a totally generic, someone is given a doodad and they mess with it, and then they have so much time to try and figure it out before the thing kills them. There's a lot of movies like this that come out every single year, and this is just another generic one. Stars Dakota Fanning, so it's just, the only positive here is really her. It's nice to see her in a movie. She does a good job, but it can't even stick to its own rules. Like there's this whole hourglass aspect of the movie that just doesn't go anywhere. It's not consistent with itself, and so a movie that is just completely forgettable horror film. 145, The Old Guard 2. If movies like Bloodstorm and Don't Mess with Grandma didn't have the resources to pull off their ambitions, Old Guard 2 is an example of a movie that had $100 million. It had multiple movie stars. It had the resources to be this big action film, but it's just so bogged down with a script that just doesn't do anything interesting. And instead of telling its own complete story, it exists to set up the next movie. Overtly so, and in a way that's not satisfying. That you're just watching it just feels like this was a trailer for the next film. And there's so much exposition, there's so much backstory that like it all becomes forgettable because there's just so much stuff and you don't care about it. 144, Him. Another big disappointment. I was actually quite excited about this movie because it kind of sold itself as a sports horror thriller or a sports psychological thriller, something like that. And it just never really came together for me. It has a very simple, straightforward metaphor. For celebrity, you make a deal with the devil and you lose yourself in doing so. It never gets any deeper than that or explores it any more than that. As a sports movie, there's not a single football game in the entire film. As a horror film, it's not scary enough. The individual images are quite good. Like the whole movie looks like a sports commercial. Like the way that they're shot, the cinematography, the nature of them feels like the type of ads that run during a football game. For sports type things, Gatorade, other sporting events, things like that. So it looks really good. There's an idea here. The ultimate movie they put out just did not deliver any of what I really wanted from the film. Oh, and also the performances are great. Like both from, I don't remember the main guy, but then our weigh-ins gave a great performance. And so there's like all these things about it that make me want to be able to put it higher. I just didn't really like the movie. Number 143, Playdate. Now, this was me fooling myself. I was actually excited for this movie. It's Alan Ritchson doing an action comedy with Paul Blart Mall Cop. That seemed fun enough to me. Like I wasn't expecting a movie that would come anywhere close to my top of my list, but like a solid streaming B movie, past the time kind of film. And it just didn't work. Where they go with it, the twists, the turns, the ultimate resolution, like the note that the movie ends on, it just feels like a complete miscalibration. Their idea of comedy is just like, let's have Alan be super hyperactive and act like a little kid, and then do other things where he's like a trained killer assassin guy. And so it's just like, it seems like they almost knew the movie they wanted to make and then made this other movie that like this should have been like a family movie. Instead it's not. Like just all these things just completely, all the sliders, all the calibration was off. Next up, Wolfman. We got a lot of disappointments in this section, and this is another huge disappointment because this is the latest film written and directed by Leigh Whannell. His two movies before this were Upgrade and Invisible Man, two movies I really liked, and so much of that is that I felt like they both had really tightly constructed scripts that I felt were always smarter than me. Every time I felt like I was figuring it out, he'd have one more twist, one more turn that made it clear, nope, he's always ahead of me. He's always smarter than me. And I watched Wolfman, and it never felt that way. It was just the most direct, linear, straightforward version of it. Guy gets bit, guy starts to torment family, they run from him, credits roll. There's just no twist, there's no wit, there's none of the intelligence, there's none of the smarts, the things that made me like a great Leigh Whannell script. What they're known for is just like whether twists, cleverness, just construction. None of that is present in this movie. There's a couple things where they show the perspective of the man as he's changing to the wolf and the way he perceives of the world differently. It's like, that's kind of cool. And that's like the big praise I have. Number 141, we've got Borderline. Recurring theme, another big disappointment. This is a much smaller film. It wasn't as high profile. It was direct to video. Stars Samara Weaving and Jack Nicholson's son. And so right there, I was just kind of interested. I like Samara Weaving, and then Jack Nicholson's son starting to get more and more of these roles, and he plays a lot of like psychos, and he's playing a psycho in this one that borderline personality disorder that's obsessed with this famous person, Samara Weaving. And then like where they go with it, the actual story, and the way that it plays out, it's just doesn't deliver any of what you want. And it doesn't give you anything to like root for or care about. It's like it has good vibes. Like the style, the energy makes me want to like it more. The cast makes me want to like it more. Rooting for Nicholson makes me want to like it more. But the actual movie they delivered just does not work. We've made it to number 140, and we're going with Little Bites. This is a film I saw at Fantastic Fest 2024, so I saw it like 6 months before it actually released. It is written and directed by Spider One. That is the lead singer of Power Man 5000. If you're my age, that means something to you. Or it is Rob Zombie's brother. Another way to phrase it. And essentially it is a vampire movie that is a metaphor for addiction and codependent relationships and toxic dynamics, things like that. And I got it. It was just really dull and slow. And I didn't feel like it ever built to a big enough payoff to justify the journey. It's like a real simple metaphor, and you go, all right, I get it. Maybe this could have been a good 10, 15 minute short film, but at feature runtime, it just tested my patience. 139, Bambi the Reckoning, the latest and fourth film in the Twisted Childhood universe, or the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honeyverse. And, it's a lot better than Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. I don't think it is as good as Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2. I thought the second Blood and Honey was a lot better than the first and a lot better than this movie. It has a couple of effective moments in regards to the Bambi actual plot line and the sadness of the inherent source material of Bambi. And there's a couple things where it's like, okay, I'm getting a little bit, I get it, a little, that worked a little bit. Generally speaking, though, there's just nothing here. I don't remember much about it. I don't remember any of the kills. The only thing that stuck out in my mind was, okay, there's a couple of emotional beats in here that kind of worked. But when you're going to a horror movie that has like a quirky premise that we're doing Bambi as a horror film, I probably should remember a lot more than just, a couple emotional beats kind of work. Next up, Coyotes. That theme continues. Another one that just disappointed me. I saw this one at Fantastic Fest this last year, and also got to interview Justin Long and Kate Bosworth on the red carpet for the movie, which was fun. So for all those reasons, I really wanted to like this movie a lot more. And like the basic idea of it, that coyotes attack a neighborhood in the Hollywood Hills. And so it's kind of like a horror, it's a fun horror comedy or a fun horror movie, maybe not overt comedy, but fun. There's some humor, there's some lightness to it. All that sounds good to me. When I talked to them, they talked about their influences, all the things they loved about it, sounded good. On paper, everything here should be a rock solid B movie made for me. And the actual execution of it, the way that it was calibrated, was almost the movie I wanted it to be, but then it also really wasn't. It's like the sort of one that just needed one more pass on the script. And so much of it it's just like a movie that lacks any urgency. Despite there's coyotes attacking, there's a part where the house burns down. I think there's a part where the house explodes. Like there's multiple things that are really dangerous that matter, but you never feel that because of the way that it was constructed. And you could just readjust it a little bit. Like a house is burning, so the hills are on fire. We need to get out of here, but we can't go outside because there's coyotes that'll eat us. Right there, you've created urgency. You've created multiple dangers. We can't stay here, but we also can't leave. And the movie it doesn't do that. It doesn't calibrate things quite right. It's never funny enough. And it uses AI coyotes, which they always just kind of have that AI sparkle and shine to them that you just can see that you're watching AI in it. So, it didn't make me mad. It just left me being like, man, I wish I liked this more. 137, Eenie Meanie, another Samara Weaving disappointment. I don't mean to keep using the word disappointment, but that is kind of the nature of this section of the list, that there's a lot of movies that I wanted to like and didn't. They didn't deliver on the promise of the premise. So this one is kind of like a heist movie of like a broken up couple and back together to do one last job, and they're trying to be the better version of themselves, trying to find their way out of this mess, and they have their own faults and their own history baggage pulling into it. And there's several things in it that were like kind of like it's one of those movies that like I was going back and forth of like, all right, do I lean like borderline positive, borderline negative, like where am I quite at? And some of it doesn't. And it just makes some choices towards the end, and the final resolution just kind of, it just got so dark and kind of put a bad taste in my mouth of like, I just think we went a little, I just didn't want to go there with you. That this journey for that payoff, I didn't want to do that. Number 136, Ash. This played at South by Southwest this past year. I saw it for South by Southwest, but I watched it at home. I didn't watch it in a theater, which might have been a better experience. I watched 20 movies in a week, and this is kind of one of the ones where maybe it got lost in the mix. Like I feel like this is sometimes there's movies you watch at film festivals where you see too many movies in a week, and maybe you don't get the right experience. And so I might have just been a little bit burned out on movies, and I was watching it at home. But it's a sci-fi movie with Aaron Paul in it. The big thing that I remember is like it had a nice vibrant color scheme to it. It's kind of Alien, modern day Alien with a vibrant color scheme, a little bit of Event Horizon. But it just felt too derivative. It didn't offer anything new that I latched onto. Maybe it was a bad viewing. All honesty, like it wasn't the fairest of watches for the fairness to the movie. But I did watch it and it didn't click. Number 135, Back in Action. And this is one of these films that I always struggle to know where to put it because I thought it was totally fine. That, hey, Cameron Diaz returns to acting after 10 years. Jamie Foxx is in there. It's a genre that I like. Oh, cool. That was fun enough. And then I completely forgot about its existence. It's a movie that leaves absolutely no mark. And you're like, Cameron Diaz came back after 10 years without acting at all to do a movie that leaves absolutely no mark? Huh. Well, that's an interesting choice. So, like, I have no negative feelings about it. I have no positive feelings about it. It was just like, oh, it's nice to see her again. And then I forgot that I'd seen her again. It's one of those movies. Number 134, The Woman in Cabin 10. This is a Netflix original that's an adaptation of a book, kind of a classic murder thriller. Someone may have gone missing, but no one seems to tell the truth as to what's really kind of going on here. It's a totally fine Friday night. Hey, let's throw on a murder mystery. Totally fine one of those. Same way that Back in Action was a totally fine, like, hey, let's throw on a little, action comedy with Cameron Diaz and Jamie Lee Curtis. Let's just throw that one on. It's fine. It'll kill 2 hours on a Friday night when you don't want to go out and do anything. You just want to throw something on, see some familiar faces, a genre that you like. But you've seen it before, you've seen it done better, and you won't remember it after you've watched it. That's what Back in Action is for action comedies. That's what Woman in Cabin 10 is for mystery murder thrillers. 133, Now You See Me, Now You Don't. I've never really been a big fan of this franchise. I've always felt like there's a great idea in here about illusionists using their skill sets to do these big, elaborate heists. That, I think, is a really interesting concept. And then the cast is really great. A bunch of people I really enjoy. High energy. But what they actually end up doing is a bunch of stuff that no one can do in real life. And they get so bogged down in this secret organization where it's not really about committing heists. It's like more of like magician Robin Hood through a secret organization for the purpose of bringing equality to the world. It's like, what are we getting bogged down in all this crap, this garbage? What are we doing here? And this movie's the same thing. There's a couple really cool sequences in here. One of them is like a chase fight scene in this magician's ancient home, and so there's just like they're in an illusion room doing a fight, and so just I've never seen anything like it. It looked really cool. But then and then when it does the big crescendo at the end, I mean, it kind of works. It's like, oh, I'm getting the feels. But generally speaking, like, this is not one that I'm like into at all. I actually saw this movie in the theater 2 times in a week. The second time I saw it in the theater is because John Campea came to town and did a meetup, and the meetup was seeing this movie. So I went to go see it a second time. It was pretty fun because I got to have dinner with him before the movie, and then I went to go see the movie. But watching it the second time in a week, I was like, oh, I'm not into this like at all. I do not need to watch this movie 2 times in a week. And I would be fine never watching it ever again. Number 132, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, The Last Straw. My kids are kind of obsessed with Diary of a Wimpy Kid. They have all the books. They've read all the books. And so it's kind of fun to watch these with them and have them like explain to me how they're similar and different from the books and everything like that. I think for some reason they keep adapting the same books over and over again. There's like 15, 16 books, and they've adapted like 4 of them. They keep doing the same ones, and these animated ones, they're adapting what was the original trilogy. All 3 of the original trilogy. This is the same as Dog Days, except Dog Days was in the summertime, this is in wintertime, but it's the same plot. It's the same book being adapted, just a different setting. And I just don't know why they're doing that when there's all these other books, so you could do something fresh, new. I mean, it wouldn't be original because you're still adapting something, but you're adapting something that has not been adapted yet. And so they just feel creatively empty most of the time. They're just like, we've already done this. I don't get it. Number 131, Karate Kid Legends, and back to the big disappointments. Oh man, this was so disappointing. Like, totally watchable. I've been meaning, my wife hasn't watched it yet. We've watched all the Karate Kid movies and Cobra Kai together. Maybe that should tell you something, that in the 8 months since this movie came out, I haven't watched it with my wife yet. But if whenever she wants to, whenever it happens, I'd be totally fine to rewatch it. It's totally watchable. It's just a movie completely missing the heart of the franchise, as well as failing to deliver on the promise of the premise, which is Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio in the same movie together. You get a movie that has twice as much plot as any of the other Karate Kid movies. It has twice as many characters as any of the previous Karate Kid movies. It has twice as many fights as any of the previous Karate Kid movies. It has twice as many jokes as any of the previous Karate Kid movies. And the shortest runtime. So it is truly Karate Kid for the TikTok generation, just flying from action set piece to plot point to joke to bit to characters showing up. It has no room to breathe. The actual heart of Karate Kid are these mentorship relationships. That is what it's all about. Yeah, I mean, karate is the packaging, but that's just the external metaphor of the internal change. And this lacks that. It's like it has a high school kid training a pizza man, grown man, to be a boxer, and then there's like a karate dojo that runs like the mafia, and there's people that owe money. Like it's so weird. It's like all bad ideas. Totally watchable. Totally missing what I love about this. Another milestone, number 130. I Know What You Did Last Summer. As much as I'm a Scream fan for life, somehow I missed I Know What You Did Last Summer. I didn't watch it for the first time until just a few years ago. Whenever the TV show came out, I was like, I should probably watch these movies. I was like, okay, that was kind of cool. It's kind of like you missed something that's that era of slasher films, the Kevin Williamson era, was like so formative for me. So much remind me of high school, because that's when I was in high school. And so watching the original, actually the first two, for the first time a few years back, was like, oh, it's like feelings like nostalgia just watching something that I had not actually seen at that point in time. But I don't have any long-term investment in this franchise. There are some things in here that I kind of liked about where the city was at, but it's kind of one of those ones that the more I sat on it, the more I was like, that just kind of put a bad taste in my mouth. I don't really like where that went. Thinking back, like I'm struggling to remember the new characters, like at all. All I remember the legacy characters and the choices that they made there and how little sense some of those choices made. Next up, Captain America: Brave New World. And, you know, I love the MCU. It feels like they're course correcting. I'm hoping this was the end of an era of poorly developed projects that didn't have the proper oversight. They hired the wrong people. And so then they rushed productions. They tried to fix it in post. You know, this movie got delayed like a year so they could do all these reshoots, added a character, changed the plot line around. And when you watch the movie, you feel that. Like, there's things in this movie that I appreciated, that it felt like the universe was cohesive again. And what happened in a movie over here matters over here. It feels like we actually are in a shared universe again. But, like, it's a Captain America movie that really feels like a follow-up to The Incredible Hulk. The third act is a complete waste of both this Captain America as well as Red Hulk. So it didn't really work. 128, The Electric State. I didn't hate this movie or anything like that. It's obviously not in my bottom 10 of the year or anything like that. Genre-wise, it's a genre I enjoy. It's a cast I enjoy. You know, having Mr. Peanut in there doing all of his stuff was kind of fun. But when you have this cast, the directors of Endgame, writers of Endgame, and $300 million, you should make a movie that has a bigger impact than this movie. This is just another one of these mega budget streaming movies where you just go, where'd the money go? Why did you think this script was worth $300 million? I don't understand. Like, it's fine. And it's totally forgettable and generic. 127, The Perfect Gamble. It's interesting these two kind of fell right next to each other, because this next section up here is where you start to have some kind of like, I'm going to talk about one movie super negative in this section and how disappointing it is, and the next one I'll talk pretty positive about it, and not really say negatives, but it's kind of a matter of when you have a $300 million star-studded movie with a bunch of A-list writers, directors, actors, and it disappoints, you get here. And then you have a movie with very limited resources, but delivers something you enjoy on a small scale, and it ends up right there next to it. So it's like, one is much worse than it should be. One is maybe, a little better than maybe it should be, considering all things considered. That's kind of the case with The Perfect Gamble. This is a small budget kind of mini version of the movie Casino, that instead of being a Scorsese epic, it's like a small personal tale about a guy that gets out of prison, hooks up with his old friend who started a casino somewhere else, and they're trying to make it run in a town where they don't know the rules and get themselves into trouble. Just kind of reminded me a lot of a bunch of kind of these small crime thrillers from about 25 years ago that I used to watch all the time. We used to get them in the late 90s, early zeros. We just don't get them anymore. So I appreciated it for what it was.
I worked in Vegas in the past, in my previous life, and just loved the whole world. You know, Ocean's 11. I just always loved that world, and I wanted to kind of like see if I can figure out a story that I can tell that's a little bit different, but has to do with that world.
It doesn't have the flash of, you know, a $300 million Netflix movie. It doesn't have the star power. It's just got David Arquette. It actually has David Arquette and Quentin Tarantino's wife, and I got to interview them and the director of the film for it. So that was kind of fun. But like it's a much smaller film. It's and you can appreciate it on that level. It does what it's supposed to do without like, you know, completely wowing you.
So it's got like this excitement of gambling. It's got this whole sort of mob world, and then also some romance.
Number 126, Reflections in a Dead Diamond. This is one it's really tough to place on this list because it's a movie that is just so far not on my wavelength. I saw it at Fantastic Fest, saw it pretty deep into Fantastic Fest, and then it's a movie that's just not my thing at all. So it was a bit of a tough watch for that reason, and it's also not in English. Essentially, it is an Italian version of James Bond, if told in a hyper-stylized, surrealist fashion, where everything is a visual metaphor. So it's like, the one paragraph synopsis just sounds like a James Bond movie. And that's true. And then you watch it, and the experience itself, it's so wild and trippy. Like, a lot of people loved this movie. Like, if you're into surrealist, trippy, metaphoric films, check this movie out. Like, you're in for something you've never seen anything like this before. I'm just so not wired for this movie. So, like, it's tough because it's not like it was poorly made. It's not like I didn't, like, in the conceptual level, didn't get it. It's just a movie that I just could not get on its wavelength. 125, Baby Assassins Nice Days, or Baby Assassins 3. This one I actually watched at Fantastic Fest 2024. So I saw this one a year and a half ago. And another one where I watched it probably not in the best headspace, where it wasn't the movie I wanted to watch. I didn't get into the film I wanted to watch, even though I really tried to. And so I was kind of frustrated, disappointed with the way things played out. It was watching a movie I wasn't really in the mood for. It's that, and I haven't seen the first two Baby Assassin movies. I don't think that matters. I don't think that like affected my actual interpretation of the film. But like, it was just kind of like, this is all I could get into. And so I had a chip on my shoulder a little bit. But like, from there, as someone that loves action martial arts movies, this one, for whatever reason, when I watched it, I just couldn't get into it enough. There are some cool action set pieces in it. Maybe some of it is even the nature of the lead characters. It's a Japanese film, and they're all kind of, I don't know how to phrase it, but kind of like the giggling Japanese girl. I don't know how to describe that, but that, you know what I'm referring to. It's like three characters like that for a whole runtime, and that's just a lot. That's a lot of a very, very specific niche personality type to watch a whole movie of them doing that while killing people when you're not in the mood for that. And so I didn't connect. 124, right along the exact same lines, Sister Midnight. Also watched this at Fantastic Fest 2024. And this one kind of, I was actually a little bit more curious about this one because it has ties to India. I watch a lot of Indian cinema, but it's not like Bollywood, Tollywood, anything like that at all. It was like vampire cannibalism, like sort of plot line, while just being a family, like a dramedy about this girl that marries kind of this loser and is kind of impoverished and is resentful. while being this also like dark vampire type stuff kind of going on too. And maybe it's one of those ones where you go and you watch a movie and have no idea what you're about to watch. And so you're watching it thinking it's going to be one thing and it's not. It's just kind of a strange experience watching it. But for me, I couldn't latch onto it as much as I wanted to. There's things I appreciated here and there, but not as much. Number 123, Bring Her Back. And I'm sure some of you see Bring Her Back at number 123 and your head explodes. You're like, are you insane? I loved this movie. I know I am dramatically lower on this film than most people. Fair enough. We all need to have our hot takes. And if you don't have any hot takes, then you only have boring takes. So, hey, here we are. But I liked Talk to Me, their previous film, but I also didn't go bananas for that one. This one, for the first 2/3, I was generally speaking on board with it. And I would have had it like, on par with Talk to Me, and it would have been 50, 60 slots higher up on this list. It just really lost me as it kind of started to make the turn into the third act with what happens to the brother. It was like, that happened. I was like, I'm out. Checked out. You made a movie where I was following that character, and this is where we went with that. I'm out. You lost me completely. It's almost as simple as it boiled down to kind of one plot point. But the reason it was because that was the character that I had been following. And so everything that happened in the third act just felt like none of this is what I was following. None of this is what you were setting up. None of this is the payoff to anything that was earned. Everything that could have been built up and earned was based off the character that is not making choices anymore. So like the first 2/3 of the movie, all the choices driving the narrative are the brother. And so just when they went the direction they did, it literally just chopped the legs off the movie for me and flew way back. There's things that I was like, this is kind of cool, but you killed your movie. Number 122, Sniper: The Last Stand. I think this is like the 12th movie in the Sniper franchise, and I haven't seen any of the previous Sniper movies. I might have watched the original one back in like 1998 or something like that. But so I just let me give it a try and checked it out. And it's a totally little watchable direct-to-video action movie. Nothing better than that, nothing worse than that. Is just right there on that point. Like I got exactly what I expected out of it. I just wanted to watch some sniper action, some guys holed up at a building having to fight off guys coming after them. That's what I got. Like it felt like an episode of a TV show, but like a fine episode of a TV show. like direct to video, low budget, and delivered enough of what I wanted. 121, Megan 2.0. Speaking of big gigantic disappointments, this is another big gigantic disappointment. This one, I think, has a few of its own little charms to it that I did appreciate. I think that this is a movie that might, with time, have its own kind of like cult following to it because it is such a bizarre genre pivot, but also what an insane miscalculation. Where the first movie was kind of entry-level horror, PG-13 slasher, modern-day Chucky, and with kind of this AI twist, a little bit of a, not designed for the TikTok generation, but with a little bit of that flavor to have the clips go viral with the dance and everything like that. So just a little bit of that virality, and surprise big success, did great with critics. And a lot of people said, like, I wish it was more horror. I wish it went harder. I wish it was R-rated. And instead of listening to the feedback that people wanted to be more horror, they went, let's go more sci-fi. Let's full-blown T2 this thing, turn it into an action blockbuster with more jokes, more dance numbers, more vibrant colors. And you're like, wait, what on earth happened? That this was modern-day Child's Play. This was entry-level horror slasher killer doll thing into T2 for the TikTok generation. Bizarre. So much so that like less than a week after this movie came out, Jason Blum went on a podcast and owned it. Like completely was like, we thought we could do no wrong. We thought this, we thought this, we thought this. And we completely misread the room. I have never seen a producer so quickly own that, which is kind of refreshing. I'm curious how the movie will age. 120, Nobody 2. Once again, big disappointment. I loved the first Nobody, love Bob Odenkirk, love a lot of the actors that they added into this film, but they went the wrong direction once again. Kind of the same thing as Megan, where I think they latched onto the wrong things. The first movie was an action movie that, because of Bob Odenkirk and a couple other things, it was able to have this comedic side to it, a comedic flavor, but it wasn't a comedy. It was an action movie about a guy finding himself and fixing his marriage by returning to his violent urges to save his family. But Nobody 2, they went, yeah, this time our big inspiration is Vacation, National Lampoon's Vacation. And you go, wait a minute, that's not an action movie. And I think they tried to both follow the same template and structure as Nobody, while also following the template and structure of Vacation. And everything just kind of felt forced and unnatural to me, which is heartbreaking, because I love this genre. I'm a sucker for it. Like, it's so watchable. Like, I have already rewatched this movie because my wife couldn't go see it with me in the theater because I took one of my friends who's also a huge Bob Odenkirk fan. But yeah, just a movie that did not in any way live up to its potential. 119, Conjuring: The Last Rites. And this just kind of feels like the franchise is running out of steam. Like, it's probably for the best that this is the last time that our original two leads will be the leads in these films. Well, actually, we'll see if that sticks, because this movie made $500 million. This is by far the highest grossing movie in this franchise. Like, felt like it's running out of steam. Not at the box office. This movie teed off, knocked it out of the park, did fantastic. Like, no signs that general audiences are losing any interest in these movies. For me, it just felt like we're losing what made the original two films kind of special. And there was a certain grounded believability to them. So much of that going back to we can debate the validity of the Warrens and everything, and whether how much they're charlatans or whatever. But, there was years of reporting of like things that were happening that were much more grounded, supernatural, but grounded is what was reported. And you get to this movie and it's like someone is eating food and suddenly there's glass in their throat. Like, stuff that absolutely did not really, like, there's no connection. There's nothing tied to anything, not reported or anything like that. It's all fabricated. It's all not even what was, yeah. It just felt so detached. It felt so elevated. So everything has to get bigger and bigger and bigger every movie. And so you just kind of lost what was so effective originally. The believability is just all kind of gone, so it just feels played. 18, Regretting You. This is, what is it? I think it's the latest movie based off a Colleen Hoover novel, they're kind of romances, but about like very broken, toxic people, and that's what this one is. It has a little bit of it kind of has some stuff that works in regards to just getting you to, feel like the romantic and sexual tension between characters. I think, McKenna Grace is one of the big rising stars of today. That she's only 19 and she has an enormous list of franchises behind her already, and now moving into this sort of territory as well. But I think just the subject matter, the source material, just is inherently not actually romantic, because the characters are too broken, too selfish, too the toxicity or the broken nature. They're like trying to like have this very twisted kind of connection to people that makes it difficult for you to like, these people shouldn't be together with what they're doing. This is not, you guys need to take like a year off and then see if this makes any sense. But it's just like had a like very off-putting central plot point to it. 117, Play Dirty, the latest Shane Black film and the latest adaptation of the Parker character that has previously been adapted, been played by Jason Statham. Mel Gibson played the character back in the 90s, though he was called Porter in that one. And like it's fine without ever doing anything to distinguish itself. It's like so many of those other movies I keep mentioning right now of like, it was a streaming movie. So it was like, sure, as a throw it on streaming movie if you're in the mood for kind of a heist crime movie with twists, turns, action, lively characters. It's that. But you've seen this movie before. You've seen this movie done better. Which is, once again, to use the theme word of the day, disappointing when coming from Shane Black, who is very famous for his witty and clever scripts. In this one, it just doesn't feel like it has enough of that. It just feels like, all right, we've kind of seen all this before. Like, just none of the subversion, anything. And the Parker character is pretty, like, he's a dark character. That's like they're played lively, but he's kind of dark. And once again, I don't know that the tone ever fully clicked as well as I would have liked. Next, Freakier Friday. I enjoy the Freaky Friday from 20 years ago. It's a nice, charming mom-daughter movie. Just the right rising star of the day, Lindsay Lohan, with the right legacy actress hitting her 40s where you could just have a ton of fun with it. And a mom-daughter swapping places is a really good concept. Problem is, or you could imagine a scenario where you do another one years later and you do 3 generations, the granddaughter, daughter, matriarch, swap places, and instead they kind of work in like a incoming stepsister situation. So the swap, it's not kind of this clean thing of a mother having to live her daughter's life, a daughter having to live the mother's life, and thus through that they start to understand each other better. That is a very relatable universal concept. And this one, it's not quite that, like, it just isn't clean like that. The dynamic isn't as interesting. And one of the new daughter characters in this or granddaughter, however she falls into it, is so selfish and mean-spirited in making choices that are so hurtful for her father, that you just kind of, once again, bad taste in your mouth. And it's frustrating because Lindsay Lohan, Jamie Lee Curtis, and they're having so much fun. One of the things I love about both of these movies is that they allow the fiancés to be really good, decent men. That they don't make them a doofus. They don't make them angry. Like, they're very patient men trying to do what's best for not just their fiancé, but future stepdaughters. Like, they care deeply about making sure that's preserved in both of these movies. So I really appreciated that. And you get a lot of Lindsay and Jamie together, but that's just the central premise just wasn't strong enough. Number 115, Mickey 17. I hate that I'm overusing this word. That is one of the problems when you do a list kind of like this, but this is Bong's follow-up to Parasite. Best Picture winner. And this just kind of felt like too many ideas in too cluttered of a concept, that it has moments of greatness. There's some things it was like, oh, that was kind of cool. There's a few interesting insights, but it just gets so bogged down in its own layers upon layers of characters and everything like that, that it ends up ultimately getting just lost. They never found the movie. They never found the clear point it's trying to make. And there's just too many different types of things happening without picking a focus. Then we have A Working Man. This was last year's Jason Statham action vehicle. 2 years ago, we got The Beekeeper from the same creative team that gave us Working Man. So I went into Working Man pretty excited about it because I really like Beekeeper, and it never like found the right tone. Beekeeper knew like had its tone like right, like figured it out. This tongue-in-cheek Jason Statham action movie with some bee puns. So it was like we're playing it straight while being silly. And this movie tries to do the same thing, but with a much like darker subject matter, and it really did not come together for like. I like the genre, I like Jason Statham, so using that word, I can watch this movie just fine. But it's also one of the ones that just kind of disappears into the gigantic sea of Jason Statham action thrillers. 113, Screamboat. This is one of the Mickey Mouse horror movies. And as I mentioned before, this section of the list, actually this section, the next, like Lex, they're just a little bit weird because like I've been pretty negative on the last 10 movies. Like I was pretty kind to Sniper, and then was like pretty mean to 10 movies because I expected them to be better and they had the resources to be better. And then you get to Screamboat that it's ranked right next to those same movies, but like I found it pretty fun. Super cheap Mickey Mouse running around killing people on a boat. Steamboat Willie as a killer. It's not great cinema. There's not like artistic merit to it. It's just a schlocky good time. Like if the concept of Steamboat Willie as a slasher and you're into like gross out, let's go for it gags, it delivered that. Like it put a smile on my face. Is this the one I'm going to go back to, praise it as one of the great? No, of course not. But was it better than I expected it to be? Yeah. Did I have a lot more fun with this than I did with Bambi? Yes, I did. Like this is the tone, the vibe that I want these, let's do a slasher horror parody of, Mickey Mouse, Winnie the Pooh, Bambi. This is the tone I think they should have. This is what they should feel like. This one delivered what I wanted. Next up, and in a completely different direction, King of Kings. We just went from a schlocky horror movie about Mickey Mouse killing people to movie about Jesus. This one is the life of Jesus based off of, I guess, a book written by Charles Dickens. So it's kind of Charles Dickens retelling the Gospels, not him doing his own Jesus fan fiction, but the way he recalled them. I don't know the exact backstory on it, but it's kind of an interesting framing device that it is like Charles Dickens like communicating the story of Jesus to his kids. I could be recalling that wrong. It's been however many months since this movie came out. And like this is not a movie that I would choose to rewatch. It's the kind of movie that I go, oh, cool, like that as an Easter movie to watch with my family. That it captures the life of Jesus nicely, like as a person of faith, like as a tool to teach the Gospels to my kids. There we go. But it's not like a movie that, for me personally, was like this powerful thing. 111, Gazer. This is another one I saw at Fantastic Fest 2024, and it's kind of like a micro budget 70s Scorsese film. And I say I'm not trying to say it's on the level of quality of a Scorsese film, but kind of genre wise, aesthetic wise, the way they did the score, the way that they made it look. The lead character, a bit of a is not in any way copying Travis Bickle at all, but kind of like this loner character that's a little out there, gets in the middle of the crime story. So like as a micro budget film trying to tackle kind of a Scorsese kind of plot line, street level crime, reminding maybe even a little bit of the first two Nolan films and following Memento, in a town crime type stuff with the person I believe has amnesia, I believe is what the person, or amnesia, is it amnesia? has some sort of like mental quality that kind of affects the nature of the film. And so the way the story's told is trying to put you in the perspective of this character, which is what the movie Memento does. So there's some things I appreciate about it. It's not like this knock it out of the park success, but it's like, that was kind of cool. That was kind of neat. At number 110, we Have Under Fire. This is kind of a isolated action thriller starring Dylan Sprouse and Mason Gooding. It's directed by Stephen C. Miller, a director that I'm kind of buddies with. We kind of interact a little bit on Twitter, and I've interviewed him before. And basically, he makes a lot of direct-to-video movies that are just kind of my kind of thing, and that's what this is. It's not reinventing the action genre. It's not the kind of movie that it's like, man, the best action movie of the year, but as somebody that likes kind of like these close quarters, isolated action films with banter, that's what this is. Like they're genre films. And this is a genre where I just like most of the movies. And so that's what this was for me. Well, as we move forward, we're going to have quite a few direct-to-video action movies in the next 50 slots in the next video. 'Cause I just kind of like these. Like I'm fine with these types of movies and, you know, remixing them a little bit. But yeah, it's like two guys that find themselves in the middle of a field hiding behind a car while a sniper's trying to shoot them, and they're trying to get out of the field. So it's like small location, and there's betrayals. Who can you trust? What are you trying to do? This is that kind of movie, and I just dig that kind of thing. 109, Gabby Dollhouse the movie. This was maybe Karis's, my youngest daughter's most anticipated movie of the year, because she's a big Gabby Dollhouse fan. And so as soon as she heard the movie was coming out, does it come out this weekend? No, Karis, it comes out in 9 months. The trailer drops. Can we see this weekend? No, Karis, it drops in 6 months. And so when it came out in theaters, I don't even remember if there was a press screening for it. I don't think it was a press screening. I think it was like took her out of, as soon as we got out of school, drove her to the theater, watched it, the two of us. For her, it was a little bit, there was actually a couple things that were a little too scary for her, which is kind of interesting. That, you know, little kid scary. She was fine, but a couple things were a little dark in it. But, you know, this might not surprise you, it might surprise you, but I'm not the target audience for Gabby Dollhouse. Shocking. But it was well done. 108, War 2. This is a Bollywood action film that is part of the YRF Spy Universe. I have seen all of the movies in this shared universe. And the war movies are big, flashy, well, it's the YRF Spy Universe. So you can imagine there's spy movies, but big, glossy, over-the-top spy movies. Like it opens with a guy battling 30 ninjas. There's a fight on the outside of a plane. Like, they're crazy. They're ridiculous. They are, you know, kind of India's version of Fast and the Furious. And they're by no means my favorite Bollywood movies that I've seen, but they're like cinematic junk food that they're fun enough. There's a couple twists and turns in there that I don't think fully worked, but, you know, I, for the most part, got what I wanted when I went to go see this. 107, Absolute Dominion. This is the latest film from Lexi Alexander. She's the person that directed Punisher Warzone, and she was the writer-director behind this. And she, basically, it's like a tournament fighter in a dystopian future that is kind of exploring the religion and religious conflicts and resolving them through a martial arts tournament. And so it's a movie that kind of dives into a number of things that I'm interested in. She had originally planned to do it as like a book, and then had a deal to do it as like a $50 million trilogy of films. And then the financing fell through. And so then it kind of turned into the sub $10 million one movie version of this big epic sweeping saga that she had. And when you watch the movie and you know that backstory, you can kind of feel taking a concept this big and shrinking it down to this big, which is kind of disappointing. I love tournament fighters and sci-fi dystopian stuff. So it's like a lot of parts that I enjoy, but having to be kind of the lower budget version of it, which I watch a lot of 80s and 90s low budget, high ambition sci-fi action stuff. And so this kind of reminded me of that. The movies that their ambitions far exceed the budget that they have. And so I appreciate that, but at the same time, it's not as great as you'd hope. Then we have The Rule of Jenny Penn. Another one I saw at Fantastic Fest 2024. It is essentially about a judge at this assisted care facility because he's losing his faculties and doesn't have the control that he used to have of his mind and body. And he's this very intelligent and proud judge who suddenly is at the whim of all these people around him. And then, like a deranged person that living in that facility starts tormenting and killing people there. And this guy that is slowly losing his ability to communicate and do everything is trying to stop it from happening. There's a lot in it that is really cool. It's got John Lithgow, Jeffrey Rush as our two leads. And then some of it didn't quite work. But the central premise of that back and forth, the cat and mouse, was fun. Strained a little bit too much credibility that no one else picked up on what was going on. But the back and forth was fun. Number 105, Fountain of Youth. This is the latest film from Guy Ritchie, a director I really enjoy. It is designed to be basically his version of Indiana Jones, of course, a franchise I really enjoy, and it stars John Krasinski and Natalie Portman, two actors I really enjoy. Director, genre, stars, all of them things I really enjoy. Unfortunately, it just doesn't add anything new to the genre. And even the way it's designed, it's this globe-trotting adventure. They globe-trot to a number of locations from the Indiana Jones movies, which means there's like a one-to-one comparison to the better film. And so it's like, all right, I dig all the parts here, but you still gotta have your own spice. You gotta have your own unique thing you're adding to it. And even as a Guy Ritchie movie, this is one of the most generic Guy Ritchie movies. It doesn't, some of his more kind of serious, action thrillers he's done don't have the hyperactive editing and stuff and the creative camera angles because it wouldn't fit the film. But they at least still feel confident in what they're going for. This is like a fun, globe-trotting adventure film, and it's played so straight, like without any of the flourishes. So, once again, like, it's my thing. I could easily rewatch this movie, but I don't know why I would choose to rewatch this one rather than watch the first three Indiana Jones movies. 104, Elio, last year's Pixar film. And it's fine. It just lacks much of anything distinctive. And this is a film where we actually kind of know why. This is a movie that they created an original version of it that was designed to be very personal for the director. The original version of it had Elio as an overtly queer-coded character. That was the major theme driving force of the movie. And then after some test screenings, reevaluating where they're at, they went, we don't want to do that. And so then they reworked the movie, changed it, removed all of that. And they tried to make it a much more broadly accessible film rather than one that kind of tackles something so personal and specific. And by doing that, you removed everything that kind of made the movie unique and distinct. And you're just kind of left with kind of generic family sci-fi thing. And it just felt like plot points were derivative. They didn't connect as well. That where they kind of went with it, it felt like we were hopping from thing to thing. Like it's not terrible or anything like that. It just lacks the Pixar magic. And that's what happens when you greenlight a project and make something that's deeply personal and go, maybe that's a little too personal for our broad appeal $200 million Pixar movie. And then just make it as generic as you can so more people will go watch it. 103, Tapawingo. This is the new film from John Heater, Napoleon Dynamite. And this is very much kind of a spiritual follow-up to Napoleon Dynamite. It's not in continuity. He's not playing Napoleon Dynamite. But it's that same type of quirky, offbeat humor. and the same kind of pacing, the same kind of storytelling, oddball stuff, except now he's in his 40s rather than in high school. And so if you're a big Napoleon Dynamite fan, it also has Billy Zane in there, Gina Gershon is in there, a couple other familiar faces. So it's just fun to see them back doing this thing. It's not nearly as memorable, as good, as laugh out loud funny as Napoleon Dynamite. But if you like Napoleon Dynamite and want a little bit more of that flavor, Dappa Wingo. Actually, I think it actually just came out on video this month, so you can actually watch it at home now if you would like to do so. And I got to interview John Heder about the movie, which was really cool. What's something you want people to take away from Dappa Wingo after they watch it?
I just hope they have a fun time. And it's a rock and roll. It's a quirky, weird, offbeat, comedy with rock and roll to me. Like it feels like it's leather clad, but it's still something for the most part that the whole family can watch for the most part. There's a lot of different ages can enjoy it, and but it's just bizarre and it's a lot of fun. And I think people can just sit back, kind of turn off their brain cells and have some fun.
And then we have Time Stalker. This is a movie I watched almost 2 years ago. Watched this one at South by Southwest 2024, and then it came out a year afterwards in 2025. But this is a very offbeat comedy of kind of like following a woman throughout time where she keeps running into this same person. It's very odd. It's very strange. It's very unique. And this is the sort of movie that it's kind of what's great about going to film festivals is that there's movies that I wouldn't necessarily normally watch. They're not necessarily my thing or wouldn't the most high profile film, but you just kind of like, oh, I got an open spot. I guess I'll go see this movie called Time Stalker. And you watch it and go, I don't know that I ever rewatched that, but I'm glad that I watched it once. That's what this movie was to me. Like, I'm glad I watched that. That was peculiar. And the final movie in part 1, at number 101, Wicked for Good. Once again, using that overused word in this video, this was such a disappointment. In as much as the first Wicked was such a pleasant surprise for me because I wasn't really excited for it all. I wasn't anticipating it, and it made it into my top 10. This movie, to the same degree, was disappointing. That it fell below my expectations. And I'd heard that the back half wasn't quite as strong. The songs weren't as good in the back half. And that turned out to be true. And it's like a really strange version of that too, because it both feels stretched out, like they're padding it out, and it feels like they're speed running through too much plot. And I'm not sure exactly what that is. Like my understanding is that they're taking like 40 minutes of play and making it into 2.5 hour long movie. So they're padding out what was in the play, but at the same time, it's telling like the whole story of the Wizard of Oz. And so we're having to rush through that while doing, this rebellion against Oz and tearing down the man, resolving things, epilogue. There's a lot of different stuff happening all at the exact same time. But it's just not as powerful of a story as the forming of the friendship that you got in part 1. And the outcast finding her purpose in her power. That the crescendo at the end of part 1 is so good. And this just doesn't have anything that matches any of that. And so, like, the performances are still really good. The production design's really good. But even what ends up happening to several of the characters, what they end up doing, it just didn't work for me. It felt forced. This is where you start to feel them trying to like force the pieces of the Wizard Oz and Wicked to fit together. And so for me, it didn't really pay off as well as it should have. So there's some solid moments in a movie that overall let me down. Bringing us into the top 100, Trap House. To be perfectly clear, here on out, actually for the last little bit on this list, but here on out, every movie in this list, everyone in part 3, these are all movies that I enjoyed. They're all movies that I would give a B- or better. They're all movies I would give a thumbs up to. On Rotten Tomatoes, I would submit a fresh score, or I have already submitted a fresh score The other thing that's going to be really weird about the next section is really this whole third part or second part is that it's basically all movies that are some B- to B. Like every video, the difference between number 100 on this list and number 51, it's the nuanced distinction between like a B-, a B, maybe a low B+. Like there's not a big gap for the next between the number 100 and whatever we're going to look at for the next 50, 60 slots. Trap House. This is a Dave Bautista kind of crime action film where essentially the kids of DEA agents decide to rob a trap house. The son of Dave Bautista robs a trap house with his friends basically, and they kind of get wrapped up into this world of committing more and more crimes as the cartels are tracking them down. The parents who are DEA agents are tracking them down. Just kind of a familiar sort of genre, rob a trap house with a different angle, with it being the kids being doing it. I don't think it's fully calibrated quite right. So like you could see where if you do a couple more passes on the script, you could get to a better version of it. But it was fresh enough. I liked the cast enough that I had a good time with it. And I got to interview a lot of the cast and the director for this one. So that was fun. Why should people go check out Trap House this month?
Because it's fun. Because it's a fun, good movie. I mean, it's let's remember that sometimes we go to the movies to have a good old time. Bring the family. There's kids. It's for adults. It's for everybody. It's just a good, fun movie, man.
When I got involved, Scott Free was involved, so I think it went back in development. I think they were partners for a long time. But I was thrilled to work. I mean, Ridley Scott is a hero of mine, and to get notes from Ridley Scott was a marvelous thing for me, for sure.
So, I mean, that was my next question. So you did get feedback from Ridley Scott on the film?
Oh, yeah. Yep. I mean, it was, it's pretty amazing to get feedback from him.
99, Guns Up. This is a Kevin James action movie with him and Christina Ricci, as well as Luis Guzman, another person I got to interview for this movie. And like, it was enjoyable enough. It's not really an action comedy. Like, there's a flavor of comedy. If you do Kevin James, you can't avoid having some of that charming, funny likability that he has. But the movie's not written to be that film. And it's like a guy trying to get out of the game, but he keeps getting pulled back into it. And family secrets revealed, stuff like that. Not super memorable, but as a genre fan, it worked for me. Like I could watch, it's like for me, a Friday night movie to be like, yeah, it was a good Friday night movie. Is it super memorable? Is it going to win over people that aren't into a ton of action movies? No, it's not for them, but it's for people like me in this context. 98, Tron Ares. This was a tough one for me to place because there's so many ways in which there's a lot in here I really enjoyed. There's a lot of potential in here, and there's a lot of frustration in a lot of ways in which it didn't live up to its potential. And so that's always a little bit tricky. I love going back to the world of Tron. 9 Inch Nails does the score on it, which is pretty cool. I'm seeing them live Sunday, so I'll get to probably hear some of the songs live in just a few days. And there's ideas in it that I think are the right direction to go with it. One thing that was nice, it's not a Alice in Wonderland movie. The first two movies are kind of Alice in Wonderland movies where you go into the world of Tron and you explore a little bit, and it takes a little while for things to kick in. This one's like a MacGuffin movie. It's a chase movie. We're going at it from the beginning. And then there's just a bunch of silly ideas. There's underdeveloped ideas. The whole setup for the movie feels like it should have been built off of Tron Legacy, but instead of really building on the setup from Tron Legacy, it does its own thing and loops back around at the end to be like, if we do a fourth one, we are going to do that. So a movie with a number of things going for it, and then just a number of just bad choices. 97, The Surfer. I saw this at South by Southwest. Another little tricky to place because it's a movie that's not really my thing. It's like a surrealist film. It's Anxiety, the movie, about a guy that just wants to go surfing.
Don't live here. Don't surf here.
Hey, Dad.
It's okay.
And then it kind of like shifts into like dream logic, and this world is that he's kind of stuck in, and he can't leave this beach. He just wants to go to the beach and go surfing, but he's stuck there, but he can't go there. And so it's like the sort of movie I'm glad I watched it. I wouldn't choose to rewatch it on my own. So it's Nicolas Cage. So that's a lot of fun. But, the sort of movie that's just not my wavelength, but well done. Or like I got it. 96, Fight or Flight. This is an action movie set on a plane, kind of like Bullet Train, except bullet plane, call it that, with Josh Hartnett. And I love seeing him in a movie like this. The last 15 minutes go bonkers enough that I was like, yeah, I dug that. I wish more of the movie had kind of kept up that energy. Otherwise, it might have been higher on this list because it's kind of my kind of thing. But one of those movies, it didn't make the biggest mark, but I had a good time watching it. 95, Ick. This is not exactly a creature feature of sorts, but like there's this Ick in this city that's coming out of the ground and has been for a long time. And finally it decides to start trying to take over the city. And so it's, a city battling this Ick stuff coming out of the ground. It's horror comedy of sorts, starring Brandon Routh. Fun. It has a little bit of social commentary, satire in it. Even by the time I saw it a couple years ago, because I saw it at Fantastic Fest about a year before it actually released, that made it like COVID commentary type stuff that's pretty funny, but it was dated when I saw it, and probably even a little bit more dated now, but it was like I thought it was funny the way it did it. The big standout here is the soundtrack. If you love Zeros, pop punk, or really radio rock, the pop punk flavors in particular, but not just limited to that, because there's some Creed in here and handled just right. The soundtrack is amazing, like just greatest hits of an era. The director of this was a music video, or was and is a music video director, and so it's like he called in legendary, not guy did a couple music videos. This is a guy that worked with every huge band 20 years ago. He's done Taylor Swift music videos a decade ago. Like, this is a top level music video director, and he called in favors to have just an incredible soundtrack for the movie. That's really what brought this one to life for me. 94, Black Phone 2. I also watched this one at Fantastic Fest, but 1 year after the previous one. I liked this movie. It is very low on this list because it was pretty disappointing for me. It was, in general, did I overall have a good enough time with it? Did I enjoy the way they did kind of a Dream Warriors sort of thing, and pulling from some of the best of Nightmare on Elm Street, but not in the most obvious ways? Dug all of that. It's a bigger story, and there's things in there I enjoyed, but it just felt like a movie that the first one didn't leave a bunch of lingering threads to give it a place to go. And so the whole time it felt like people that I really enjoy their work, Scott Derrickson and Cargill, working really hard to make something work where there just wasn't a place necessarily to go. And so it's trying to like loop back and retconning some things in ways that it just put a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth, while doing some really cool things with the characters and specific sequences. 93, Red Sonja. For like 20 years, they've been trying to do a new Red Sonja movie. It was going to be Robert Rodriguez with Rose McGowan, and it was going to be big film. And a lot of that stuff fell through, and so they ended up having to do a movie. I believe the budget was like under $20 million, trying to do a big sword and sandal film. And for me, this felt like trying to do a $75 million movie for a fraction of that. And when I say that, I don't really mean that as a criticism. I mean that as if you're okay with that, if you can forgive the way, like, if you're okay with a movie that's ambitions far exceeded its budget, I think there's a lot of fun to be had here, because it's kind of like Red Sonja doing a version of Gladiator, where battling in coliseums. It's got a little bit of Spartacus, let's fight against the rebellion kind of stuff. Its ambitions are larger than its budget. And for some people, all they're going to see is the budget limitations, and that will be the turnoff for them. And I can understand that. If you can forgive some of those elements, I had fun with this one. There's a couple of these different smaller budget sword and sorcery films. We're going to get to another one not too long from now that I had a good time with. It was a fun year for that. Next up, Den of Thieves 2. And honestly, I don't remember much about this one other than being like, that was fine, I enjoyed that, but it felt like a big downgrade from the first one. The basic setup of the movie of the two people at odds with each other having to work together, I kind of like that. But I just don't remember it fully coming together in as satisfying of a version of that as I would have liked. But I don't remember any specific negatives, just being like it didn't make a big enough, as strong of an impact as I would have liked from a genre that I liked. And I really enjoyed the first movie. 91, The Monkey, Osgood Perkins' follow-up to Longlegs, which was much more of a horror comedy. And it was certainly a wild, wacky time. I almost feel like I want to put this one higher up on the list because it's a kind of movie that I remember like having issues with it. I just don't remember what they were, but like I just remember appreciating this bonkers, at times ultra-violent, wacky movie about this monkey that keeps reappearing and causing all sorts of insane deaths. And I think like by the time you kind of get into the later portion of it, I think it got a little too screwball in the wrong ways, but the insane, dark, ultra-violent comedy of it puts a grin on my face and gets me a little bit giddy. 90, Death of a Unicorn. I actually saw this one at its world premiere at South by Southwest, which is a really cool way to watch a movie like this because the movie ends and the whole cast of the movie, Paul Rudd, Jenna Ortega, Téa Leoni, they walk out on the stage. You're like, wow. And it's a real fun environment. But the movie itself, I think there's a wackiness to it about a unicorn kind of going on a killing spree that was fun. It's a little bit of like Jurassic Park, tight Jurassic Park, small, more isolated Jurassic Park with a unicorn as a horror comedy. But it has a lot of Jurassic Park in its DNA. And parts of it were really good. I think it gets a little bit too bogged down in kind of its messaging being as simple as like the rich are bad. Like rich people exploit things. Like it's an eat the rich movie when we're doing like a unicorn's killing people. It's like I get what you're doing here, but kind of a weird, like you're leaning a little bit too much into what feels like messaging in a movie that is very wacky in intention and should be wacky. So some of that kind of, just didn't feel like it balanced out quite right, but as a creature feature, I dug it and put a grin on my face. 89, The Luckiest Man in America. And I think of movies like this, it's like a great one-time watch movie. Like, I don't know when I would ever rewatch this, but as a one-time watch movie, I really enjoyed it. Stars Paul Walter Hauser. I actually got to interview him for the film, which was really cool because he's been a part of so many things that I've really enjoyed. And in this movie, he's playing basically the concept of it is it's tells the story of a real guy that went on a talk show or a game show and won a ton of money. And like the whole mystery of like what's really going on here and why is he so lucky. And the guy is the real guy in real life is even weirder than the guy in the movie. There's all this other stuff that you could easily make like 3 movies about this guy. And even interviewing Paul about it, he's like, yeah, I mean, there were different versions of the script that told this much of his story, because it's just like such a bizarro guy that's super interesting. And like you said, it's not the kind of movie that you rewatch a zillion times, but like as a little snapshot of a thing that really happened that was bizarre. It happened on national television. It was thoroughly engaging and likewise really fun to be able to have a conversation with one of the people that made it afterwards and dive into all the specifics of what really happened. 88, Begonia. It was at 87. I shifted a couple things around. So I mentioned earlier that this was at 87. It's now at 88. It doesn't matter. Like I said, the nuances between don't really matter. I shifted a couple movies around as I realized some stuff. Something was in the wrong spot, but it's tough to make a list this long. Begonia. Some of you guys loved this movie. Like I saw it at Fantastic Fest. It was a secret screening. We left the theater and there were all kinds of people. My favorite film of the festival, one of my favorite movies of the year, going nuts for it, loving it. I understand I'm more of the hot take one on this one, and I'm not as Lorgos Lathamos. I'm just, his version of weird is not my version of weird, and him doing all sorts of wacky stuff with Emma Stone, like I don't get it. I don't get what he's doing with a lot of this stuff. So I'm not the biggest fan of some of this stuff. All that said, there's a lot in here that I thoroughly did enjoy. The back and forth between Emma Stone and Jess Plemons, two fantastic actors that can play against each other so well. And you get just that, like the whole movie is that banter dynamic between the two of them. It is a movie that kind of keeps you like, what is going on here? Guessing the whole time. I think it ends on such like a, I didn't really like where it ends up, and I felt like eventually the movie just got cyclical. It's a little bit too much of, he's wacky and she might be lying. Like it hits the same notes for a little bit too long, so it was a little bit too cyclical for me. Ends on a note I didn't really like, and that's why it's pretty low. Once again, I did give the movie a thumbs up and say it's good. It's just not really for me. 87, Dead Mail. This is like a indie, quirky horror thriller of sorts. I saw it like 2 years ago at the Overlook Film Festival, and it deals with like a, how to even describe it concisely, but essentially with the mail system, when a piece of mail doesn't have the right address, it's dead mail, and it goes to someone to try and find the right place for it. And essentially in the movie, there's a note that comes through that seems like it's a warning sign that someone's in danger, but they don't know where it came from. And so you start trying to do this investigation to try and figure it out. And this is just the setup. So you're kind of following the dead mail investigator. And then it ties into like a kidnapping story, a murder story, a story of someone's love for music and keyboard technology. Like, it's really wacky and weird. So if you like things that are a little bit offbeat, different, and just don't easily fit into a box, this was one that might be worth checking out. 86, Not Just a Goof. This is a documentary about the making of a Goofy movie. And another one where I got to interview the creators of it. So I actually got to interview the makers of the documentary, Not Just a Goof, as well as the director of a Goofy movie, which this is a guy that went on to direct major movies for Disney. And I've seen a Goofy movie a zillion times. Have this, like, literally, we still have the CD of the soundtrack and very regularly listen to Eye from the soundtrack while driving around with our kids. So getting to interview them was amazing. But what was fascinating is just watching the story behind this movie. That was a Goofy movie, was basically like essentially a direct-to-video Disney movie that got a theatrical release and they never took seriously. And a movie that just kind of found its audience on its own and has become this beloved film over the last 30 years. It's Disney, but it's almost like the cult classic version of a Disney film. And that's kind of what the documentary is all about. So it's pretty cool. Like a nice little exploration of the actual politics of how movies get made and how even a corporation of Disney, there's different tiers and categories and everything like that. So real interesting stuff. 85, The Smashing Machine. This was a tough one for me because this was one of my most anticipated movies of the year. And there's so much in this movie that is, top 20 for me. But it's a movie that it's like the moments are top 20, but it's a movie that never finds its through line. It's just like a series of good scenes in chronological order that never has a central narrative, never has a single theme. It's about a guy that had a lot of interesting stuff. Like, he was this very brutal UFC fighter, but he was also a very gentle, kind person. And then he had substance issues, he had toxic relationships, he had traumatic wins and losses. You can see it has all the ingredients to be a solid sports drama. And it never figures out how to do all of that. Like it'll like just drop you in the middle of a moment where you're like, whoa, that's really toxic. But it doesn't set it up. Or you get to a big fight and you know winning is good and losing is bad. But the movie doesn't set up why the stakes matter personally as part of some grander narrative or theme. And so it's just real frustrating because it was like the parts are so much better than the whole. 84, Naza 2. This was the highest grossing movie of last year, which if you're here in the United States, you might not have ever even heard of this movie. And it made over $2 billion because it made basically $2 billion in China alone. It's a Chinese animated movie. And so when they did a re-release, it was like, I should probably go check this thing out. It's frustrating because the final battle, like when the epic battles happen in it, it's like fantasy, like epic hero's journey, epic storytelling of chosen ones and prophecies and clashes for the realm. When the battle happens, like it's just so huge. It's massive. There's so many moving parts and it works, like the emotional payoff and everything like that. And it's visually gorgeous and interesting to look at because it's like in the sky. And so it's like huge armies, and the way that it like visualizes them from a distance is just fascinating. The journey to get there was pretty rocky. There's parts of it where it's like, yes, I'm on board with this, but that like the whole like a lot of the sense of humor in the Naza movies is entirely scatological bodily fluid humor. So like at the beginning of it, there's someone farts and there's a green cloud comes from behind them. I'm just not into that humor in animation. Like green cloud fart jokes are not my thing. And there's a part later in it where like someone pees into a urn thinking it's the bathroom, and it turns out that's the sacred water, and someone walks up and drinks the sacred water that he's peed in. So someone's drinking pee. Once again, not my humor. And so it's like hour and 15 minutes of sometimes cool stuff and humor that is just not my thing at all. And then this gorgeous 30-minute final battle. How do you rank that? I don't know. The final battle is absolutely worth seeing. The rest of it, I don't know. 83, Toxic Avenger. This is another one. I saw this movie 3 years ago. and then it sat on a shelf for 2 years. So I saw it almost like 2.5 years ago at Fantastic Fest at its world premiere. And it played great. It's a good time. It's not like brilliant cinema, but it's a great Fantastic Fest movie. Like it's a weird genre film festival for rowdy audiences. Perfect movie for Fantastic Fest. And Toxic Avenger is like, it's a superhero movie, but the schlockiest, gross out, intentionally edgelord before edgelord was the thing, that kind of stuff. And so it's a movie that played great for the audience, got really good reviews, and then couldn't find a distributor. So it just sat on a shelf and almost wasn't released. And like, this movie's unreleasable. Like, well, that's a little dishonest. It's not unreleasable because the movie doesn't have an audience. It's unreleasable because how do you get this movie to the right audience at the budget and the sale price that they want for it and stuff like that. But I had a good time with it. I enjoyed it. My actually main exposure to Toxic Avenger isn't the Toxic Avenger movies. It's actually Toxic Crusaders, the children's cartoon they made out of these hard R 80s trauma movies, which what a weird time was my childhood that they would take hard R properties and make children's cartoons out of them. But that was my on-ramp for Toxic Avenger, Toxic Crusaders. 82, Good Boy. This is another film festival movie that actually played at, I think, 2 different film festivals I was at. And essentially, it's the way I phrased this before, people were like, actually, it's not that. It uses the tropes of a possession movie. It uses the tropes of them. But the movie's told from the perspective of a dog, this owner. And so it feels like his owner is being possessed, and you're watching that kind of play out from his perspective. And It's a very unique experience. It's only about an hour and 15 minutes. It knows that this is a fairly limited storytelling technique, so it shouldn't overstay its welcome. Dog gives a great performance. Very interesting, different type of horror film. I'm glad it wasn't any longer because I don't think it would have worked for me if it was longer. I know a lot of other people that absolutely loved it. I didn't love it, but I was like, I'm glad this exists, and this is an interesting new take on a familiar set of tropes. 81, Primitive War. I mentioned earlier with Red Sonja, the idea that Red Sonja was a $75 million movie made for much cheaper than that. Primitive War is the same thing. This is like $100 million Vietnam dinosaur movie made for like $5 million. Very much so. The ambition of this movie far exceeds its limited budget. And parts of it looks really good, and parts of it look horrible. If you can forgive that, once again, this is a really good time. Going to go see this one as kind of like a double date movie with some of our friends. It's just a good time because it literally plays into Vietnam movie tropes, and then all of a sudden dinosaurs show up. And like, it was a movie for me that I felt like as it went along, it got better, because at first I was like, oh, are they okay? Part of the gimmick here is they don't have the budget for dinosaurs, so we're not going to see them very much. And some of the ways some stuff early on was shot, I was like, I'm not crazy about that. And then, but it wasn't exactly that. It was, they wanted the movie to ramp up. So at the beginning, it's just little glimpses. It's the Jaws thing. You don't see them, and so just flashes. They're scary because you don't see them. And by the end of it, it's just like full blown, like people with machine guns mowing down velociraptors. And so I appreciate that. Like movies that are like, we don't have the budget, but I want a Vietnam dinosaur movie. We're going to do it with whatever budget we have. Technology allows you to do that. People have to forgive you. I'm willing to forgive you. What's not great cinema, but a really enjoyable, schlocky good time. And just a fun premise. 80, House of Dynamite. This, like I said, this is where this list gets really weird, because just to spoil what's next on the list, it's Death Stalker, the remake. That is with Red Sonja, one of these sword and sandal revivals, rubber suits, low budget. We just went from Primitive War, schlocky Vietnam War dinosaur movie, and in between that is House of Dynamite, the latest film from Catherine Bigelow, dealing with the dangers of nuclear escalation and having these systems in place. Star-studded cast between two schlocky movies. It's a weird ranking. And if you've seen the movie, I needed something more out of the end. I feel like that if you haven't seen it, essentially it tells the same set of events, the same time period, about something happens with a nuclear test on the other side of the world, and it's discovered, and what happens over the next, I think it's 20 minutes. There's about 20 minutes that's redone 3 times, though they cheat the timeline because the movie's like 2 hours long. And you see it from these different perspectives, and sometimes in one version, you'll have people on a phone call, and you just hear a voice, and then in part 2, you find out who that voice is and hear their side of the story. And so what are these, different perspectives on the same events. When you do that, I feel like you have to get to a point in time where there's a reveal that what I thought I knew is now recontextualized in light of this new perspective, this new set, this new version of the 20 minutes. Or when we get to the end of it, something happens that makes me piece it all together. Everything connects. I get what we're doing here. And I just don't feel that this movie earned any of that or did any of that. Like, it's compelling, interesting, performances are great, top-notch production, and then we do it again. And you're like, okay, all right, cool. All right, more insights, a little bit of a different thing here and there. Oh, this is what was really happening. And it starts over, and you're like, oh, I don't feel like I'm getting that. And it just never has that big payoff. So it's like, there's a lot in it that was like really well done. I just needed that final reveal that pieces it all together, reinterprets everything, that final answer. Here's what happened afterwards. And then you go, oh, I almost want to rewatch it to understand. But it just never happened. 79, Deathstalker. I'd never watched the original one of Deathstalker movies. And I just, like, on a whim, watched Deathstalker 1 and 2 on Amazon Prime in August. Actually, not randomly. It was because Red Sonja, actually, that Red Sonja got me on a Conan the Barbarian kick. And so then I watched Red Sonja, the old one. And then I was just kind of like, what are some of the other cheapy ones? So I just watched the Deathstalker 1 and 2. The day after I watched Deathstalker 2, I saw an announcement. A new Deathstalker remake's coming out. And it stars Daniel Bernhardt. And I had this moment where as soon as I saw that movie was coming out in a couple months and it was starring Daniel Bernhardt, I went, that movie's going to have its world premiere at Fantastic Fest, and I'm going to sit down and interview him. I just knew that was going to happen. It was one of those moments because back in 1998, I put up my very first movie webpage. Generally speaking, it was a Jackie Chan fan webpage, but there also was a section where I reviewed other movies, pretty much all of them action movies, a lot of them martial arts movies. One of the 15, 20 movies I reviewed in 1998, Bloodsport 2. Not the first Bloodsport starring Jean-Claude Van Damme. Bloodsport 2 starring Daniel Bernhardt. He has not starred in very many movies. You've seen him in a lot of action movies because he's a stunt performer. He's a side character in a lot of these movies. Nobody, John Wick. He's buddies with all those guys. Very few starring roles, and I just happened to review one of them on a webpage back in the 90s, and I just knew I'm going to get to sit down and tell him that. And that's exactly what happened. I got to interview him for 20 minutes. He really liked my shoes and offered me a role in Deathstalker 2 because I was in shape, which I'm totally game for if and when this happens. I would love to be killed by him in Deathstalker 2. As for the movie itself, I just had a lot of fun with it because it's designed to be a tribute to a bunch of things that I love. Like there's a Sam Raimi Evil Dead 2 flavor to it. I talked to the director and he's like, yeah, it was heavily inspired by not just, of course, Deathstalker, Conan the Barbarian, but also Power Rangers, the Xena Warrior, Hercules, Xena Warrior Princess, Hercules, A Legendary Journey, which are actually produced by Sam Raimi, which is why they also had some of the same energy as Evil Dead. And it just was an old school form of filmmaking, like practical sets, guys in rubber suits, and it's goofy, it's cheesy intentionally, it leans into all the tropes in the most fun way possible. I had a really good time with it. It was, again, not great cinema, but a really good time. 78, Broke. This is kind of like a modern day version of Jack London's To Build a Fire, starring Wyatt Russell, about a modern day kind of rodeo guy. And the story's kind of told in two different timelines. One of them as him as this guy trying to be riding bulls and being warned not to because he's not in good shape. And the other one, him basically stranded in the middle of a blizzard, desperately trying to survive. And kind of like one is telling us how we got to that point in time. And just a solid, small little drama about, the costs and the benefits of chasing your dreams and the lessons you should learn along the way. 77, Jurassic World Rebirth. This was a movie I was really hoping I would like more than I did, but I still had a good time with it. As I've said before, every movie on this list is a movie I enjoyed. When you're doing a Jurassic movie, and you've got the guy that directed Godzilla and Rogue One, and you've got the writer of the original, writer of the script of the original Jurassic Park, you got Mahershala Ali, you got ScarJo. My expectations are really high of what you can or should be able to pull off with this. Never fully lives up to that. Some of that is that there's they always have to have kids in these movies, and so there's this whole subplot about a family that just happens to be stranded on this island too, and you're like, what, we're doing this stuff again. Why? And so every time it cuts to them, it's like, oh, you want to roll your eyes, and it's just we're getting away from the plot that's kind of interesting. And then I just don't need mutants. Like I don't need them. Like I'm much more interested in the fantasy of bringing back dinosaurs or a version of dinosaurs rather than like a thing that nothing like that ever existed. It's just not as interesting to me. But generally speaking, like Gareth knows how to shoot beautiful stuff, so there's no shortage of beautiful shots of dinosaurs. You got plenty of star power that are just screen presence that it's fun to watch ScarJo in action, this time with dinosaurs. I'm on board with it. So it's just like a genre that's right up my alley. I just wish it was better than it was, fresher than it was. Like it felt safe, and the risks they did take were like, felt like the wrong risks. So just like a safe new dinosaur movie. 76, Hallow Road. I saw this one at South by Southwest a year ago. And another one's kind of a real interesting premise for a thriller where a husband and wife get a phone call from their daughter middle of the night saying that she's stranded on the side of the road, needs their help. And so they're going to go help her. And while they're on the phone with their daughter, they're realizing things are much worse than they realized. And other things have taken place. And so you're stuck in a car in a parent's kind of worst nightmare of like driving to your daughter, hearing, uh-oh, wait, what happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Piecing it together. And there's nothing you can do. And you've got a time, like, it's imminent danger for your daughter, and you're 30 minutes away, 25, 20. And it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. It does a great job of putting you in the middle of that. It does some stuff in the last third that I think went a little bit too bold with how it tried to resolve things and direction it went. I didn't care for that. But the as a parent, the dread it creates is quite good. 75, Night Call as a point of reference. This is actually the next day. I just woke up, threw my contacts in, put my finger in a light outlet to do my hair. I've only had one cup of coffee. This is number 2 right here. So this is a video where I might be more awake by the end of this video than I am at the beginning, which is very, very rare. As for the movie Night Call, I saw this at Fantastic Fest a couple years ago. And essentially it's like a nice little kind of chase thriller about a locksmith who gets a night call, hence the title, to open a door. And in the process finds himself wrapped up in this gigantic murder investigation, crime lord type stuff, drugs, all the underground crime stuff. And he just kind of accidentally finds himself into it and has to use his locksmith skill set to get out of it. So it wasn't like, man, that was amazing, but it's like, oh yeah, that was a nice little angle for one of these movies. Like it's a familiar genre, but giving the lead character kind of a different skill set, was able to kind of pull a few things together. There's some choices they made that almost kind of ruined the movie for me, but they pulled it together just in the right way that I dug it. 74, 28 years later, this was a real frustrating one for me because there's a lot of stuff in this movie that is, top 20 worthy for me. The movie as a whole was just very uneven. It felt like each act was directed by a different person, directed and edited by a different person, where like the first act is intercuts with like medieval footage to have this very specific aesthetic vibe and messaging, and then it stops doing that. And then the last scene of the movie is like Teletubby Power Rangers out of nowhere, and then it's poignant when Fiennes shows up. And so it's like a bunch of things that I dug them, but because it felt like it couldn't pick a central narrative or a tone or a vibe, I just never was able to fully gel with it the way I wanted. This year's the follow-up, Bone Temple. Bone Temple's the movie I wanted this to be. 73, Diablo. This is the first of 2 Scott Adkins action films that will be in our top 75. And this one is just like a solid, straightforward martial arts action film about a guy with a set of skills that has to protect a girl that's being chased by a very dangerous man. Pretty standard stuff, but it's a good one of those movies. Once again, it's a genre film, direct-to-video action movie. It's not going to be for everybody. It's not going to win over people that are not super into direct-to-video action movies. I, however, am, and this is a better one. 72, Wildcat. This is a direct-to-video action movie starring Kate Beckinsale and Louis Tan, and I actually had the pleasure of getting to interview Louis Tan and the director of the film about this movie. Another one. This is a direct-to-video action movie.
Just a collaboration of all the filmmakers there and the action team just being like, what do we think would look cool? You know, and I love that. I love that energy.
Every time we were like, right, we're going to do this. And then we kind of looked at each other and we were like, but how can we do more? And then we were like, oh, this. And then we were like, but how can we do more? And,
and the studio that we were at in Bulgaria, I was just in Budapest. They had all this stuff there. So we were just like, oh, can we use that? Can we use that? Can we put this up here? Can we blow this up?
What really elevated this one is that it does a lot of world building. It's, story of person is 10 years later with a set of skills pulled back into the game to do one final heist to get someone out of trouble. Until, once again, kind of familiar territory. But for a direct-to-video action movie, it does a lot of context to create a specific version of London that is collapsing because of these mob wars that are kind of going on. And while the story itself is, fairly straightforward heist, chase, action sequence movie, it makes the story feel so much bigger because of this work that they do with the world building. Of course, Kate Beckinsale's a lot of, fun to see her beat people up. And then Louis Tan likewise is good at that sort of thing. And it was fun to get to talk with him about the film.
They just running wild with improv and all the time, quick, snappy, quick-witted jokes. And I think that energy together mixed with action is just, I personally love that stuff. I love Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels and that kind of thing. But then,
71, King Ivory. Once again, another direct-to-video film. This one is basically a modern-day version of the Steven Soderbergh film Traffic, dealing with fentanyl. Framed a little bit more as an action thriller, but same sort of idea of let's explore modern-day drug trafficking, distribution, usage from several different narratives that are initially disconnected, and towards the end they start to merge together to kind of give this holistic picture of the frustrations, the hypocrisy of the war on drugs, or whatever the modern day way of describing that is. This time dealing with fentanyl, and just like a movie that I just thought it worked. It was like, okay, yeah, you don't have the resources Steven Soderbergh had. It's not on the level of that, but if you're going to do a modern day version of it at a budget, I thought they did a really good job. 70, Blue Moon. This is a prestige film that for me was more of an interesting performance reel for Ethan Hawke more so than a movie that I was fully able to engage with. It's like the sort of thing where you watch it and you go, okay, I get it, I respect it. This movie is just so niche in a way that's pretty detached from me. So the basically it's about the guy that didn't write Oklahoma, and what was he doing the night Oklahoma came out, and the girl that he didn't end up hooking up with. It's a pretty niche concept for a movie, because it's overtly not about the person that created the memorable thing. It's about the person that had all the talent, the resume leading into Oklahoma that should have been the person to make Oklahoma, but because of his own demons, his own issues, it didn't happen. And then the guy died not terribly long afterwards. And so it's a really interesting angle of how to do a character study of a very talented, very broken man. It's too inside baseball or too inside musical theater for me. I just didn't catch the references. But as kind of a character work, and in particular is a transformative, hey, let me show you what I can do performance from Ethan Hawke. That's really what this movie was for me. 69, Shelby Oaks, the Chris Stockman movie that the internet had to be extraordinarily weird about. So, of course, I have to just put all of my biases on the table. So, just full disclosure and everything like that. I know Chris Stuckman. I've known him since Fantastic Fest 2019 is when I first met him. And then he's come back to a couple more Fantastic Fests. And so, I think it was 2022. Me and Cody Leach just talked with him about movies almost every day at Fantastic Fest. So we have a connection there. We do know him. When he announced the GoFundMe for this film to crowdfund it, I was a backer on it. So all my cards, biases on the table, that all that happened. And then at the world premiere of Shelby Oaks at Fantastic Fest, I was able to interview him on the red carpet as well as afterwards with Cody Leach. Just, you have all my biases if you want to discredit me, my opinion on the matter, question my integrity, or anything like that. But all that to say, I went into the movie rooting for him, but also really nervous because I don't particularly care for found footage movies. So I wasn't sure exactly how this was going to work. And I was actually pretty pleasantly surprised, even as someone with a bunch of biases trying to push me to like the movie. I went in like, I don't know. And what I really dug is that it's not really a found footage movie. It's a movie that has found footage elements. It has true crime elements. It has pseudo documentary elements, and it has narrative elements. And for me, I thought it did an interesting job of intertwining those together, using YouTube culture as a mechanism as an on-ramp into this story to kind of catch us up on a bunch of things. The way the found footage is used in the movie, it's basically kind of like a reaction video. And all of that was interesting to me. It was just kind of different. And like if I evaluate this the same way that I've evaluated movies like Good Boy and other kind of low-budget films that I saw at film festivals, like it was a solid movie that was crowdfunded, made for about $1 million. It's a small film. If you're used to watching big blockbusters, big studio films, like it might seem awfully small to you or something like that, because it is. That's exactly what it is. But taken on its own merits, like I like the inventive use of genres and things like that. The final resolution maybe wasn't the most satisfying and maybe got a little bit too familiar in the third act, things like that. But the journey to get there for the movie, like I thought it worked. 68, Spinal Tap II, another movie I went into really nervous. Long delayed sequels, they do not have a great track record. And then adding to that, the plot of the original Spinal Tap over 40 years ago is that the band was old, over the hill, past their prime, retiring, comeback tour. Like, that was the plot of the original one 40 years ago. So what do you do for the movie where quite literally one of the guys in the band, Harry Shears, is in his 80s? Like, how do you pull that off? I was so nervous. The trailers didn't seem all that good to me. And I thought it was a charming little final adventure with Spinal Tap. And what I mean by that is that it does not have our amps go to 11. It does not match, Stonehenge, you're making too big of a deal out of this. Like, making too big of a deal is exactly what, like, it doesn't have the quotable lines. It doesn't have the iconic moments. But it has the charm. It has I love spending time with these characters. It's not consistently laugh out loud, but it is consistently amusing and entertaining. And there's a couple things and bits that I was like, I really enjoyed that. There's probably too many cameos. There's a little bit too much of Paul McCartney said he'd be in our movie. How do you not put as much Paul McCartney in your movie as you can? How do you not put in as much Elton John as you can? And so it feels a little bit like they couldn't say no to their cameos and their guest appearances. So some of this go on a little bit too long. But overall, I really enjoyed being back with these characters, and I was laughing. I was enjoying the movie. 67, Thieves Highway. This is a direct-to-video, basically modern-day Western, in true overt modern-day Western. We're leaning into the tropes about people are stealing cattle, the reluctant person that gets deputized, rough street brawling, all that stuff. It stars Aaron Eckhart Another where I got to interview him about the film, which was a lot of fun. And even kind of, we talked with him a little bit, like contrasting this character who's like known for his noble virtue with Harvey Dent, who is known for his noble virtue, and the similarities and the differences. And like, obviously, it's a recurring theme of the last little bit of this list. Like, I like direct-to-video action movies, and the ones I'm talking about right now, I think are, you know, some of the better ones of this year. I had a pretty good year of picking the right ones to watch, I feel like, and miss some of the weaker ones. But like, this is when I go to one of these movies and say modern day Western, this is like what I wanted it to deliver. This is what I expect from that.
It's an iconic American brand, you know, and it's going away. This idea of the frontier, of a simple code, a man's code of justice. I like those characters. I like them because today, as we said, you know, there's a lot of gray, you know, there's a lot of lawyer talk going around, you know, trying to confuse people and, you know, gaslight people and all this sort of stuff. And that's not what the frontier is about. You know, there's a lot, it's just simpler. And I like that. I also like the idea that there's a right and wrong, you know, it's not ambivalent, that you know, and you should know what's right and wrong. And if you're not doing right and you're doing wrong, you know it. I know it and you know it. And you know that you're going to pay for it.
Heads of State. This is an Amazon Prime original starring John Cena and Idris Elba as the heads of state of the United States and the Prime Minister of England. It's got Jack Quaid in there. It's got a little Priyanka Chopra in there. And just a fun genre film. And whereas, like, quality-wise, I feel it's like kind of similar to these recent direct-to-video action movies I mentioned, except this one has a much bigger budget and bigger movie stars, or bigger present-day movie stars than them. But kind of same deal. It's a standard genre film of two unlikely people being partnered up on an action comedy. It's a buddy comedy with some fun guest stars in these other roles, and like, I got everything I wanted out of it. And especially when streaming movies have a pretty bad track record, I got what I wanted out of it. Like, it made me laugh, put a smile on my face. Jack Quaid had a nice little sequence in it that was a lot of fun. And then just Idris Elba and John Cena, two very watchable guys, going back and forth a little bit, learning to work together. Classic formula, not super memorable, but a fun Friday night movie. 65, Clown in a Cornfield. This is a film that I didn't have any prior knowledge of, kind of going into it, and found myself at the world premiere of it at South by Southwest. And the friend group I'm with at South by Southwest is a lot of horror TikTokers who are literally friends with the guy, Adam, that wrote the book, Clown in a Cornfield. And so I'm just standing there waiting in line to get into the movie, only to realize I'm standing next to Adam, the guy that wrote the book, Clown in a Cornfield, and kind of hanging out with the guy that wrote the book. And like, okay, this is a bit of an interesting situation. Everyone else is like going crazy about the world premiere of his books turned into a movie. And I'm like, just, all right, hopefully it's good. And for the first third of the movie, I'm like, all right, what's kind of going on here? Like, this is a little too standard. What are we doing here? Like, killer clown in a town. We've seen that movie before. And it, like, you reach a point in time about 40% of the way through the movie where it's like, oh, there it is. And the movie kicks into high gear and you're like, gotcha. There's the movie. There's the kills. There's what's going to bring this whole thing to life. So just a fun movie about a killer clown in a cornfield that has just the right amount of wink at the audience, just enough fresh ideas, clever kills, gnarliness to keep you entertained. And like you said, the first third of it would have knocked this thing back if it was just that. But that's intentional. You're supposed to think it's just this. And then 40% of the way in something like that, something happens and you go, there's the movie. 64, The Gorge. This is one of two different movies from Scott Derrickson last year. This one, an original film, and one where I actually got to interview him after seeing the film, which once again was a lot of fun because he is a director that has worked on a bunch of projects that I have thoroughly enjoyed. And this project is an interesting, like, as someone that's been championing original films, that's what this is. And then it is kind of a real genre blender, that the first part of it is a overt romance, like long distance romance between two snipers. And then it's an action movie. It's a creature feature, little bit of conspiracy theory movie, kind of blends them all together. They released it for Valentine's Day, which just that, like, you're like, why are they releasing this on Valentine's Day? And then you watch the first 40 minutes of it and you're like, oh, there it is. The whole thing's about these two people falling in love over a distance, over a gorge. And then you're watching it like, oh, yeah, finally, they're about to get together. And you're like, wait a minute, but this is a monster movie. What's going to happen? Like, there it is. So I think the romance actually worked a lot better for me than the creature feature, where it gets a little bit more standard. But like I bought into the chemistry, I bought into the romance, which means you're invested in them, even when the movie's a little bit more standard, when they're battling the contents of the gorge. 63, Minecraft the movie. Tough one for me to place because there's me as an individual and then there's me as a parent, and they're both the same me. As a old man in my midlife crisis in my mid-40s, this movie's not made for me. So watched it initially like, okay, it made me laugh, but it's so chaotic, it's so crazy, it's so weird. What is this? And I saw it opening night. I don't think they didn't do a press screening here in Austin, so I went opening night, and it was pretty like flat theater. But my son, he kept trying to bounce out of his seat and like do stuff, and like whenever the memes happened, my son would like start doing the bit. I'm like, what is wrong with my kid? Why is he doing this? And then he went to go see it, had his tickets to go see it with his friends like a couple days later, and the headlines started to come out of the crazy antics, and my son goes to see it, Sunday for the second time, and he's in one of those crazy chicken jockey theaters, popcorn flying everywhere, every kid in the room bouncing on their chair, quoting the movie that they're seeing for the first time or only their second time. And it's like, for me, I watch a movie like this and I'm able to see it not just through the eyes of me as an individual, but for the target audience, and try to average those two things. Like, am I just the disconnected adult that doesn't get it? No. Am I a teenager, a middle schooler that no. But I can be someone that understands what this means to my son, how much entertainment, like what the target audience's reaction to it. Do I, in many regards, wish that the entertainment that my son fell in love with had a little bit more substance to it and was less just random chaos? Sure. Of things for him to enjoy, is this the worst? No, it is not. There's many things in here that, even with time, worked better for me as, the quotes in the movies replayed in my house. Suddenly I started to understand the references more and more so I could appreciate it more. But that's where kind of this movie kind of falls for me. It's like an interesting one of, it kind of defined the year, or the first half of the year, in a lot of ways, because my son's the target audience and there's middle schoolers around my house all the time. And at the same time, it's not for me specifically. 62, Dogman. Speaking of things that are not for me, my kids have loved the Dogman books. So there weren't Captain Underpants people. I don't think we have any Captain Underpants books. They're from the same author, if you don't know. But we have all the Dogman books. And they've seen Captain Underpants, the movie, many times. I mean, they know Captain Underpants. But the books, it's all Dogman. We have all the Dogman books. Every time a new Dogman book comes out, we pre-order it. It arrives at our house, and then there's a fight over who gets to read it first. So this was a whole family affair to go see Dogman. And it was interesting because it was like the kids were like, well, they pulled from 3 different books and then they changed this detail. And they're talking like book files, like just roasting the adaptation. But it was chaotic. It was funny. It still had a heart to it. It was good family entertainment. 61, The Bad Guys 2. And I thought this was a solid additional Bad Guys movie. Like, it's a winning formula. Ocean's 11 with cute animals. Ocean's 11 is fun. Kids love cute animals. Merge the two together, and you've got a winning formula. It's not as fresh as the first one. It feels a little bit like we're retreading a few things. But the cast is still fun. There's more adventures to be had. There's more twists, turns, all of that fun stuff. So it works. 60, Wick Is Pain. This is a documentary about the making of the John Wick franchise. And as someone that loves the John Wick movies, loves stunt work, and loves behind-the-scenes stories, it's really interesting. Just like very interesting stuff, both on the careers of the people that made John Wick, as well as the production troubles of how John Wick almost didn't happen, and then out of nowhere was it Eva Longoria comes out and is like, here's $5 million to make your movie, like something like that. So you watch the credits and her name pops up and you're like, what? And literally, she saved the movie. The reason we have this franchise that's the definitive Hollywood action franchise of the last 15 years is because the movie was about to implode, and she's like, all right, I'll take a chance. Threw down $5 million, and the franchise happened. There's all these weird little stories about how it got made, what happened, all of that fun stuff, and how like even the fighting style for the movies was designed for a Jason Statham movie that's been forgotten by time. And Jason Statham was like, that's just not me. Like that's not my thing. And so they saved it, and that turned into Keanu Reeves' thing. All this, it's so entertaining. Like it's not like this. It's like a great behind the scenes. It's a great Blu-ray special features kind of documentary. It's that sort of thing rather than like this powerful narrative. But I love this sort of thing. 59, Havoc. This is a new Netflix action movie from the director of The Raid and The Raid 2. So starring Tom Hardy, Timothy Olyphant, and some other familiar faces. This is one I was very excited for because it was the director of The Raid returning to the action franchise, and with actors like Tom Hardy that I really enjoy and can be very cool doing action. The first 45 minutes, I was like, hey, where's The Raid in this? Like, where's the guy that did The Raid? I'm not seeing it. And there's like kind of struggling a little bit, like almost right at the 45-minute mark. Boom! It explodes, and you're like, there it is. And the whole back half of the movie is just nonstop, insane, ultra-violence, hyperkinetic camera work, wild choreography. It doesn't have the wow factor, the memorability, the rawness of The Raid that made that movie work so well. One problem you do have here is that there's like an AI car chase in it. Like we're chasing through the city, and it's like, oh, that is an AI car in an AI town. And so it has a glossiness to it that cheapens and takes away from some of the grit that made The Raid so good. So it's nowhere in that category. But in terms of just like delivering cool choreography and carnage, there's not a lot of movies last year that out-carnaged Havoc. 58, Drop. This is the latest film from Christopher Landon, the guy that did Happy Death Day and Freaky. And it's another one I was able to see at its world premiere. I also was able to go to the after party, which is meet the star of the movie, the guy that also starred in The Housemaid. And then likewise, I was able to interview the director at the press junket in LA. So it was the one time that I've been flown out to LA to do a press junket was for this movie. But basically, it's a kind of isolated thriller. And I just kind of like these kinds of movies that people stuck in a single location and there's some sort of gimmick and you're trying to figure out what's kind of going on. There were a few of these with Liam Neeson back like 10 years ago, one where he's like on a plane and like similar sorts of vibes. This one doesn't have kind of as much of the action movie as the Liam Neeson ones did, but like what's going on here? Who's behind all of this? And just kind of solid thriller. You got to suspend a good bit of disbelief on how the mechanics of how things worked out and what people wouldn't be willing to do. But, it's like a date movie with a thriller on top of it. And so like I like these kinds of movies. And so, I've watched it a couple times with my wife because it is a nice little date night thriller, that sort of thing. So just once again, like it's strictly a genre film, but one that is very much in my wheelhouse.
But what's interesting about it is that they're basically in two different movies, at least for the character's perspective.
Absolutely.
Of that he's in a bad date movie and she's in the Hitchcockian thriller.
Yeah, I think you bring up a funny point, which is like, it feels like there's an alternate movie that's told from his point of view that's actually just a comedy.
The Accountant 2, another movie that I saw at its world premiere at South by Southwest. And in the case of this one, very cool because I'm like in the front row and Ben Affleck is 10 feet in front of me and John Bernthal's 10 feet in front of me. Like, whoa, I can't believe this is happening. I really liked the first Accountant and had been waiting for a sequel. The first Accountant came out literally the year I started my YouTube channel. And I was like, wow, this movie is really good. And had like a 50% on Rotten Tomatoes. This is crazy. This should be doing better. And it took 9 years to finally get the sequel made. And I enjoyed the sequel. I don't think it was nearly as strong as the first film. I think there's a lot of ideas in this movie that are absolutely the right direction. And then there's a few things that kind of go off the rails and the tone is a little bit too silly at times. But they come up with the idea to make it a buddy movie with Bernthal in Affleck, and that works really well. They play off each other really well. The nature of the characters are so different. I mean, if you don't know what The Accountant is, basically Ben Affleck is an accountant who is autistic, and he's trained as like an assassin, killer, fighter guy, but he also is literally an accountant. And then Bernthal being charismatic Bernthal, and they play off each other really well. This one has a much better third act than the previous one. Like, it really builds to this crescendo with a ticking clock, clear objectives, and a guy that plays the Punisher and a guy that used to play Daredevil teaming up to destroy these traffickers, and it's very satisfying. The mystery of the woman in it and stuff like that, I don't think that stuff really works all that well. It feels like they're trying to have a mystery to capture an element in the first movie, and it doesn't pay off nearly as well here. And I kind of liked some of the stuff with the line dancing, but I think it also, certain things about it plays a little too silly at times. So I don't know exactly how to balance that, but a lot in here that I really enjoyed, and a lot that wasn't as strong as I'd hoped it was. 56, How to Train Your Dragon, the live action remake. And do I think that you needed to remake How to Train Your Dragon 15 years later with the exact same script and director, just in live action? I don't. However, does How to Train Your Dragon translate really well to live action? Is the nature of How to Train Your Dragon something that is thrilling in a different way as soon as you put it in live action? I would say yes, it is. I mean, there's like this niche show from the last decade that involved some blonde-haired girl riding on dragons, and the people that did watch this small show, Game of Thrones, seem to really enjoy it because there's something about riding on dragons that is very thrilling and exciting. And so you make a movie that's a bunch of people riding on dragons and battling pirate ships and stuff like that. It works well. Like it works in that format well. In the score, it's one of the best of the 21st century. It just hits. And you see someone on top of a dragon in the clouds and that score plays, it's just a winning formula. 55, The Running Man, a movie I so wish I could move up 30 spots on this list, but I can't. This is Edgar Wright's adaptation of a Stephen King book starring my close personal friend that I've only spoken to for 30 seconds, Glenn Powell.
I had actually read the book as a teenager before I saw the 1987 version. So I was well aware, even as a teen, that it was a radically different adaptation. And so I think as I became a movie maker, it always stuck in the back of my head that there was another entire movie to be made from the source material.
And I read The Running Man when it was published as part of the Bachman books when I was 14 years old. I'd actually read the book before I saw the 1987 screen adaptation. And now, decades later, having made the film that I envisaged in my head as a 14-year-old, with some changes, of course.
On paper, it should be better than it is, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. The problem here is that it's like the most, it's the Edgar Wright movie with the least Edgar Wright to it, the least of his personality, his style, his flavor. It feels like a movie that anyone could have directed. And when you're doing a movie that it's not a remake of the Arnold movie, but of course we are doing another adaptation of one that was adapted by Arnold. It had such a distinct, memorable Arnoldness to it. And you've got Edgar Wright, who has his Edgarisms to him, and you just don't feel that. It is kind of the movie that was like, that was entertaining, but it didn't leave nearly the mark that I wish that it would have. That you could just easily imagine that better version with more style, more flavor, more of a voice, more of something to say that was more specific and less kind of broad and generic. 54, Zootopia. This to me was a really good follow-up to Zootopia. Fun set of characters, fun world. and more to explore. There's some ways in which it was retreading some ideas from the first movie. It wasn't as fresh. I don't think it's nearly as memorable. But is there another adventure to be had? Did it make me laugh out loud pretty regularly? Yes, it did. It did its job. It provided more of the experience I enjoyed with the first film. 53, Strange Harvest. Another one I saw at Fantastic Fest 2024. Basically, this is a pseudo-documentary where it plays like you're watching a true crime documentary, but it's all made up. And so it's about this serial killer cult, and you're just kind of learning more and more about it. And I just kind of like these alternative storytelling films and using different types of storytelling, different techniques as mechanisms to capture genres we're familiar with, but in a different sort of way. And so I really enjoyed it. Next up, Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul. I'm not like a huge Wallace and Gromit fan, but they're just really witty and clever. And so it's not the sort of thing that like I go back and re-explore their work a whole lot. But, when you watch them, there's so much clever wordplay. There's just an intelligence to the humor. There's a sophistication to the humor. And it's not like we get a ton of stop motion movies. So just even the gimmick of doing stop motion itself is fun and fun. Number 51, the last of today's video, Bone Lake, another movie which I watched at Fantastic Fest 2024. And this is a kind of survival thriller, survival erotic thriller at an Airbnb where it's like gets double booked, and it just keeps getting weirder and weirder as one of the couples does not seem to have very good boundaries, and then things get steamier and steamier and bloodier as it kind of goes along. I just like self-contained little thrillers, and this one just kind of added some spice on top of it that gave it an extra little bit of a zing and pop. It played really, really well at Fantastic Fest. And as we move into the top 50 on this one, keep in mind, I saw 160 movies. So everything here is in my top 30%. So you might go, what? How is this movie that I really enjoyed at number 48? Well, I saw 160 movies. You probably saw a lot less than that. And so comparatively, it means something different. Likewise, there's a lot of things I just didn't see, and I prioritized things I did enjoy, and I just enjoy movies a lot. So at this point in time, these are all movies that I enjoyed, and by the time we get to like number 40, 45 on something like that on here, it's like all B pluses and better. So these are almost all movies that I would say are very good, very much my thing, or really well-made movies that aren't necessarily my thing, but I respect them for what they are. Disclaimers done. Let's get started. Bringing us into the top 50, Silent Night, Deadly Night. I saw this at a secret screening at Fantastic Fest, and at the time, I had not seen any of the other Silent Night, Deadly Night movies, not even the original that this is a reimagining of. So I watched it and I was like, that was kind of enjoyable enough, kind of a slasher with a pinch of Venom, a pinch of Dexter in it, a little bit of romance. That was interesting. And then a couple months later, or 3 months later, I finally watched all the Silent Night, Deadly Night movies. That was like my obsession of the month of December this year. I got sick for a couple weeks and just watched the Silent Night, Deadly Night movies. And through that process, I went back and my brain went, I think I really liked Silent Night, Deadly Night. And I wish I could have gone to go see it in the theater that month, but I was sick, so it didn't work out to be able to do that. But it's a great example of a remake and a reimagining, bringing something fresh and new to the table that is enjoyable, different, and operates on its own terms while staying true in a lot of ways to what came before. And so for me, it even managed to have standout sequences. In particular, there's one involving a room full of Nazi Santas. Fun carnage candy. And the whole movie just kind of had that vibe to it. A little bit more emotion than you were expecting. Twists and turns that, once again, came from what was in the original version, but did something fresh and new with it. So really dug it. 49, Lilo and Stitch. To be perfectly clear, I don't have any like deep nostalgia for the original Lilo and Stitch, because, you know, it came out when I was like 20 years old, and I just wasn't going to go see animated movies as a single 20-year-old by myself. It just wasn't what I was doing. So I didn't see Lilo and Stitch for the first time probably until I had my own kids. Maybe until I had this YouTube channel. I don't really know when I watched it. I've seen it a few times in the history of having my YouTube channel. So I just kind of just went to go see it on its own terms with no grander connections to it. And I thought it was an enjoyable enough, charming enough, modern day E.T. sort of film. You know, a boy and his dog, a girl and his dog sort of story of the kid with the broken home in need of the right friend. And then the character shows up, whether that's E.T., Bumblebee in the movie Bumblebee, or here we got Stitch showing up in Lilo's life. And it's just charming. And with a dash of Men in Black thrown into the mix. And when you do E.T. plus Men in Black, it's a formula that works, and it works in live action. And when you're shooting in Hawaii, it's a great looking location. And so just a lot of things that translate well to live action, and is something that I don't have ties to, something that I haven't seen as many times. Like I've seen How to Train Your Dragon many, many times in the last 15 years. Lilo and Stitch, I don't have that. So for me, this was a more refreshing viewing experience. Next up, Train Dreams. This is an Oscar contender that was a Netflix original film, which is absolutely insane. This is a Netflix movie. Because the thing that is absolutely the best about this movie is the cinematography. It's a movie, it takes place largely in the woods, and it's all about the imagery of these woods. And a lot of it, the main guy is a logger for parts of it, and, you know, cutting the train tracks and stuff like that, and the beams. And so it's off in the woods, and it's not even in widescreen. It's like in like IMAX format. It's like box format. The shots are intentionally, the camera's low so you can see the trees behind them and these gorgeous imagery. It's the exact sort of stuff that is mesmerizing when seen on the biggest screen possible. Like, this is a movie actually where they see it on the biggest screen possible is true, but for a non-spectacle film. Like, you say that about big 200, 300 million spectacle films. This is a dead serious drama that also you want to see on the biggest screen possible, just because every shot is just gorgeous in the film. And it's a Netflix original film that I watched in my bedroom while sick. I just talked about being sick in December. I watched a double feature. This was a bad double feature. Train Dreams and Hamnet. Double feature while sick. Don't recommend it because they're both very sad, depressing films. Anyway, as for Train Dreams, very well made. Excellent acting, as I've discussed extensively. The cinematography is absolutely gorgeous. Every frame, amazing. For me, it was just a little bit too, perhaps, I don't know if one note is the way to phrase it, but it's like, this guy's life sucks. And then it gets worse. And he feels alone for a long time. And then he reflects on his life. I just felt like I didn't feel like I was going deeper and getting any more insight beyond the initial observations. And so as we just kind of kept going through his depressing, lonely life, I didn't get something new out of it. And so gorgeous imagery, hits on some stuff that was like, that's really profound. And like in the final moments, it tries to have this kind of crescendo of his final realizations on his life. And it just never kind of had its big emotional oomph. 47, Together. This is a body horror film about two people in a broken relationship that they're drifting apart in their relationship. And then this horror movie thing happens to them that makes them physically pull together and literally start joining together in some very freaky, disgusting body horror. And in doing so, it's able to like merge together It's what it's doing with the character work, thematically about broken relationships, with visualizing them being pulled together while they're pulling apart from each other. And there are so many squirm-inducing moments. There's so many memorable body horror sequences. And it just a nice merging of theme, character work, and visual imagery that's nasty. I did not ultimately like the last 2 minutes and final resolution to all of it. In particular, the final little bit, I was like, I don't think you can just drop that without unpacking that. I need more information about that. But otherwise, a solid body horror film. 46, In Your Dreams. This is a Netflix original animated film. And it deals with a couple who are separating, deciding what they're going to, trying to work on their marriage, and kind of the toll that it takes on their kids, and their kids kind of escaping the dream world along the way. And my daughter Karis was obsessed with K-pop Demon Hunters the whole back half of the year, like every other elementary age girl. And then she discovered In Your Dreams, and that became her new obsession for the last 2 months of the year. And it just memorable little bits in it, funny, plays around with dreams in a clever way, has a number of just witty things to it, like Netflix animation and kind of finding their groove a little bit and making their own mark on the space. Fun little bit. I got to Daryl from The Office, Craig, voices the main dream character in it, Baloney Tony. And I got to meet him at Critics' Choice, which is cool because I've been watching The Office for 20 years. And then he's like playing this character. I got to tell him, like, yeah, my daughter just absolutely loves the movie, and she's got the stuffed animal and every plays with it. And I DM'd the director on Instagram about how my daughter was obsessed with it. And he actually drew a picture of Baloney Tony, like a personalized image for her, and sent it to me, which was really, really cool. And I got to meet him in person also at Critics' Choice. So couple cool things tied to this one. 45, Predator Killer of Killers. Ever since Predators came out over 15 years ago, people have had this idea in their head of like, what if we took the Predator and put him in different time periods? Because there's a sequence in that movie where the Predator has a showdown with a guy with a samurai sword. And it just kind of like created this little like, hey, wait a minute. That's great. What if you did that? But not just with samurai, with cowboys, with Vikings, with whoever. You can take that idea and run with it. And that's essentially what the movie Prey was, 4 years ago, whenever that came out, where they went Predator, Native Americans, boom. And it worked. And then they took the guy that did Prey and went, all right, what if you did an anthology film building a lore out of that too? And that's what this movie is. And like, as a cool addition to the Predator franchise, where we get to see a Predator in canon battling Vikings and samurai and all, and World War II pilots, like, I dug it. This is a great way to continue things. It's a great way to give us a bunch of these stories without just cranking out way too many movies. And then they kind of put a lore on it with what it has, like the segments of these different time periods, and then it pulls them together with this lore at the end of it in a way that's just clever, interesting, and fun. 44, Avatar, Fire, and Ash. Now, James Cameron is one of my absolute favorite directors, but I've openly stated I mourn the fact that James Cameron has been kidnapped and taken to Pandora for the last 30 years. Next year, it will have been 30 years since James Cameron has directed a non-Avatar film. That's crazy. 30 years of James Cameron only doing Avatar movies, and we're at the beginning of this year, and Titanic came out at the end of 97. So we are a year and a half away from 30 years of only James Cameron Avatar films. And I think Fire and Ash probably is the epitome of that frustration, because on the one hand, absolutely gorgeous in its visuals. Of course, these are the best visuals of the entire year. VFX, of just absolutely believable CGI, computer-generated imagery. Absolutely stunning. And looking like, I've said it many times, looking like an IMAX nature documentary, except it's on an alien planet where we're doing battle. And James Cameron knows how to craft movies that are just kind of these sweeping epics, that they touch on such primal things of family, loyalty, purpose, and pulls these big emotions out. But especially in Fire and Ash, it starts getting really repetitive. And it feels very familiar just to itself. I mean, the criticism of the original Avatar is that it's familiar to Dances with Wolves, Ferngully, Pocahontas, like all these familiar movies that follow very familiar beats, Last Samurai. And now it's familiar to itself on top of that, where the third act is just kind of a merging of the third act of the first movie and the second movie together, of all the Pandora comes together, combined with the water setting of the second movie. This movie has so many times where someone gets kidnapped and they have to be rescued, and then someone gets kidnapped and they have to be rescued. And so it's got repetitive. So it's gorgeous, it's big and sweeping, individual sequences are masterfully crafted, but there also is this kind of built-in, been there, done that factor. 43, Better Man, one of the strangest, boldest swings of last year. This is a biopic about Robbie Williams, except it visualizes Robbie Williams as a talking monkey. It never acknowledges that he's a monkey or anything like that. It just, they decided to visualize him as a monkey throughout the entire film, which is just such a weird choice. Adding to the weirdness of all this, I saw it at a secret screening at Fantastic Fest in 2024. And they announced that this is the movie about Robbie Williams, where he's played by a monkey. Well, like most Americans, I did not know who Robbie Williams was. I had, like, as soon as they explained it, I was like, okay, yeah, I recall the album coming out. I think I recall a thing. But I could not have named a Robbie Williams song. At first I was like, did you say Robin Williams? I didn't know they were making a Robin Williams biopic. Oh, Robbie Williams. Who? It's like, I didn't know. But to the credit of the movie itself, it's done with just so much energy and bravado. It's so well done that despite not knowing who this guy is and a very weird concept, and seeing a secret screen, we're like, what am I seeing right now? It works. It's just such a lively film where everything has a creativity to it. It transitions from dramatic scene to musical numbers to montage seamlessly. There's parts where to visualize the chaos in his life, they have like a full-blown war breakout at a concert where he is a monkey is just killing people in the mosh pit. Like, it's wild. And it just worked. Like, normally biopics work better when you care about the subject matter. I don't care about Robbie Williams at all, but the movie worked. 42, My Dead Friend Zoe. This is a drama about a veteran who is dealing with kind of depression, trying to put her life back together, move forward. I saw it almost 2 years ago at South by Southwest. So the specific plot points are a little bit fuzzy, a little bit in my mind. Remember where it goes with it more than the specifics along the way. But it's kind of dealing with the stresses that veterans face. And the concept came from a veteran, and kind of based on real life incident stories. And it kind of, the whole time you're trying to figure out how her friend Zoe died and what the exact context of that was. And so she's kind of they're told in flashbacks of her time as a soldier, and then her in the present dealing with the aftermath of trying to move forward in life, with her friend kind of appearing as a character in the movie that, that's just in her head, and slowly revealing the realities of what happened and failures and everything like that. And I thought it was really effective in the way that it was done. It's not like one of my favorite movies, but it was like, that was well done. I I got what you're going for. You kept me invested. It was also kind of fun because I watched it, like I said, at South by Southwest, just kind of sitting in my random seat. Turn around, and the star of the movie, she's also the star of she was in with Space Jam Legacy and the star of Star Trek Discovery, just sitting behind me with her husband and like watching the movie. It's just kind of like being able to see his reaction as she was up on stage. He's like proud of her. It's kind of a fun little way to watch a film. 41, Heart Eyes. This was a slasher rom-com. It just worked for me. Just the right kind of fresh combination of couple ends up kind of doing a date and also being chased by someone that wants to kill them. And just, you're always looking for a clever new angle, the right spin. How do you do multiple genres that people like? And I felt like this kind of cracked the code, and you bought into the dynamic of the people on the date, and the kills were fun enough, clever enough, so I dug it. 40, Black Bag. This is a spy film from Steven Soderbergh, but not a spy film in like the James Bond or Jason Bourne sense. Much more just kind of on the subtle espionage, who can you trust side to it. And so much more about subtlety, about character moments, about little choices, little actions. So I'm more of an action guy, so that's the sort of thing I would have enjoyed more, but it was like a really smart, well-made, more subtle spy film. 39, Prisoner of War. This is a Scott Adkins action film, and it's basically a combination of, well, as the title says, prisoner of war film. So you're captured in prison film, The Great Escape, plus kind of tournament fighter. And so kind of merging together the familiar Scott Adkins martial arts stuff with kind of this World War II setting, as well as how do we escape this prison, and as well as a little bit of was it Louis Zamperini, Unbroken? Is that the movie about him from about 10 years ago? Kind of merging all those kind of together a little bit. I just thought it worked really well of delivering the action I want from a Scott Adkins film, a fresh type of plot, and having just kind of that person of just pure discipline, of grit, that they won't give in. They're going to keep going. They're going to keep trying. And so just kind of touched on a lot of stuff that just works for me. 38, Queen of the Ring. This is a film starring Felicity from Arrow as kind of the first super famous woman professional wrestler. And it kind of tracks her life across multiple decades of her not so healthy marriage and her different, the ways in which the industry was very shady for long periods of time. And it is like subject matter I'd never really thought about, never really cared about, and told it in a manner that made me invested. It's the kind of movie that you watch it and you immediately want to look into, like, okay, what really happened? What happened? What did they do here? And what did they do with that? Another fun detail about it, it was directed by, I believe it's Ash Avildsen. He's the son of the director of Rocky, as well as Karate Kid. And so just even in that, it's like a guy kind of following in his father's footsteps in a genre that I thoroughly enjoy. So I dug it. Next up, Caught Stealing. This is like Darren Aronofsky doing his version of a fun genre film. But he's still Darren Aronofsky, so it is still bleak and violent and depressing and stomach turning. But it also has like the energy of early Guy Ritchie movies and kind of the wild, wacky characters of the first couple of Guy Ritchie movies, but in late 90s New York City instead of late 90s England or London. And once again, through the filter of Darren Aronofsky. So it very distinctly him, but much more accessible or grounded or entertaining than a lot of his stuff. But yeah, it's just kind of a pretty, like a very unexpected film where you like trying to figure like, where are we going with this? And it kept getting like darker and you're like, whoa, this is really dark, but it always managed to keep that fun spirit at the same time. This is another one was kind of cool because Austin Butler, the star, and Darren Aronofsky came to Austin, and it was like Austin Does Austin, and it was like a whole part of the press tour, so I got to go to that, and they were interviewed, and the intro was by Matthew McConaughey. So that's a cool way to watch a movie, especially here in Texas, where in Austin especially, we adore Matthew McConaughey, and he shows up at the movie so that Austin Butler can do Austin properly, and that was fun. 36, Hamnet. This is another Best Picture frontrunner. It is won a number of Best Picture awards in certain critics associations, things like that. A lot of people absolutely eating this movie up. It's the latest from Chloe Zhao, who did Eternals and then other prestige films before that. And is very well made. Parts of it very compelling. Very much an exploration of grief and how we process it and how that can turn to good things. Just a movie that, like, a classic example of a movie where, like, I respect that. I get it more than I enjoyed that or experienced the highs that other people got out of it. That's the way to phrase it. And in particular, like, the way the movie ended, I didn't fully get it. I don't know saying too much. The movie's about the writing of Hamlet and the tragedy that led to it. And so the crescendo of the movie is you're watching someone watch Hamlet. And I don't know that fully worked for me, but there's the performances are amazing. Everything is just pulls you into that world, and you feel the trauma of the loss of this family. 35, Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. I wish I could have this one much higher up on the list because Mission Impossible is one of the most consistent action franchises of the last 30 years. And I was actually a really big fan of the first part of this, Dead Reckoning. And so I went into this one very excited. Of course, they'd hyped up all of the incredible stunts, Tom Cruise on the outside of a plane. And when it comes to the big spectacle set pieces, it absolutely delivers. It's awesome. Of course, the plane is awesome. The one that is kind of slept on a little bit is the submarine sequence, which is just as engaging, if not more so, because it's underwater. And so I think all of us can relate to that more, of being underwater and like holding your breath desperately. A lot of us, when you're watching a movie and someone goes underwater, you kind of hold your, like, I'll do that sometimes. And this movie does just that, like a submarine sequence, and they had a set that rotated. Their practical set rotating, Tom Cruise underwater, stuff falling on him, and they just found every obstacle, everything to get in the way to make it more stressful. But the movie is so exposition heavy. It spends an hour and a half like reminding you of everything from the last movie. There's like for a franchise that started off as basically a series of episodic movies that are almost completely disconnected from each other. Suddenly it became very obsessed with, hey, look who's coming back, and look whose dad that is, and look who this is. And most of that stuff didn't really work for me. And it kind of builds to a crescendo that's just a lesser version of the end of Fallout. And so just a number of things about it that, like jaw-dropping stunts, some standout side characters. The submarine captain, awesome. Very few lines, so memorable, awesome. But a movie that wasn't as good as it should have been and could have been. This is another one with a cool story about it that was rumored, or Tom Cruise announced that he was going to show up to an IMAX screening in San Antonio, and someone tipped me off to which one it was probably going to be. So I went to go bought tickets to it on the chance that Tom Cruise would show up, and he did. So it wasn't super exciting. It was kind of anticlimactic, but getting to be in the room with Tom Cruise for a little bit, even if anticlimactic, is still getting to be in the room with Tom Cruise. 34, Life of Chuck. This was the newest Mike Flanagan movie, and just kind of a very unusual celebration of life. A movie unlike any film I've ever seen in the way that it told its narrative, the way it was structured, its exploration of things. There's no point of reference I can give you. It's also based on a story from Stephen King, but each It's broken up into 3 parts, and each one has a different tone, a different vibe, basically a totally different story to it. And at the same time, it's all this connected story about the life of Chuck, as the title would tell you. And it's very poignant, it's insightful, it's weird, it's different. And so it's like a movie that, like, I don't know that I'm rushing to go rewatch it, but it's like I'm so glad that it exists. 33, Eden. This movie was plagued by stupid headlines after it came out because it had horrible distribution, no marketing whatsoever, so it made like $0 at the box office. And all these headlines were about Sydney Sweeney has another bomb at the box office. Despite the movie being directed by Ron Howard, who's a Best Picture winner who directed a Star Wars movie within the last 10 years, it's got Daniel Bruhl, Ana de Armas, Vanessa Kirby, who had just been in Fantastic Four, and Jude Law. And all the headlines were about Sydney Sweeney not opening the film. Which is like, that's the least interesting thing about this movie. And the thing that was so irritating about it is that the movie itself was really interesting to me. It's a film about real life events, about these people that started setting up shop in I believe the Galapagos Islands or near the Galapagos Islands, something like that, to do this primitive living and turning into like this bizarro grown-up Lord of the Flies sort of situation. And it's the sort of film, like, it really happened. While they were doing this, while the crazy stuff was happening, a film crew showed up and started like filming them, in particular the Ana de Armas character or person. And you can see that footage. And so it's a movie where reality was stranger than fiction. We still don't know what happened on this island. Like, it's like there's like murders took place, people died, and we don't know exactly what happened or why it happened. We just have multiple different sides of the story. It's just like this really interesting look at real life events. And all people could do was manufacture this really stupid headline about Sydney Sweeney didn't open a movie that no one had heard of before it came out, that had no distribution, and had 4 other movie stars and an A-list director. And they're talking about the newest up-and-comer in the movie. It was just bizarre to me. 32, Sentimental Value, another Best Picture contender, a movie nominated for a whole bunch of awards. And of the Oscar baity Best Picture nominees this year, this was one of the ones I enjoyed more so. And some of it's about a father who's a filmmaker who always struggled to kind of connect with his family and is estranged from them because of that. And he's kind of trying to reconnect, but the only way that he knows how is through his work and through his filmmaking. And so it's kind of a look at a family and their broken relationship, how they connect, how they don't connect, and how our art can sometimes be the bridge. 31, Predator Badlands. I didn't mean to do this, but this is another Elle Fanning movie. Elle Fanning is in Sentimental Value, as well as an actress that's in the movie being made in the film. But Predator Badlands was a big, bold swing for the Predator franchise.
I'm constantly drawn to tales of the underdog with something to prove.
Some would say it's the opposite of a big, bold swing because it's the Disneyification of Predator. And some people are just complaining that they watered it down because there's no red blood in it. This is a movie that the first thing that happens is a dad kills his own kid. And then from there, we go to an island or a planet, and all that happens is that things are killed and blood sprays across the screen. Whether they're alien creatures or synthetics, things are dying nonstop this entire movie, and people are killing their own family members the entire movie. But they cheated. There are no humans in the movie. So there's no need to have red blood in it. So they're able to get away with a movie filled with blood, decapitation, severed limbs, exploding body parts, because it doesn't have any human blood, which I thought was such a clever way to do a Predator movie filled with blood, filled with spines, but still be PG-13. The other thing people would complain about is that it is a buddy movie. It is a Predator movie where The real trophy is the friends we made all along the way. Now, if you have issues with a Predator movie about the friends we made along the way, fair enough. I will accept that one more than I'll accept the complaining about no red blood. A friendship Predator movie, I get it. I have certain fears that this movie demystifies the Predators a little bit by taking kind of the alien thing over there that's the enemy and putting it front and center and humanizing it. Having it make friends, dealing with daddy issues. Demystifies things. I don't want to go any further in this direction of funny Predator, friendly Predator, daddy issue Predator. However, I'm glad we've got this one. As, like, let's change the perspective, have the runt of the litter Predator that they're literally trying to kill him because he's so useless, trying to put him on an adventure, proving himself, going on the hunt from his perspective, tying it into the alien lore and everything like that. I'll take one of these. One movie that goes Disney-fied Predator. I like it. We've made it to the top 30 with If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. This is a dramedy about a mother that is drowning in expectations, responsibilities, pulling her in too many directions. She's a counselor who has her own issues and is going to go see a counselor who happens to be her boss, coworker person, played by Conan O'Brien, which is a lot of fun. And I just thought it was a really engaging film from beginning to end, carried entirely by Rose Byrne, who you buy into her and you can root for her, even as she makes some bad choices, makes some fun choices. It worked. 29, Rental Family. This is a drama starring Brendan Fraser as an actor in Japan who's done a number of commercials and then signs up with an organization where you're basically hired to pretend to be someone in someone's actual life. And this is a real thing in Japan, that you kind of rent a family member and he's hired to pretend to be the dad to a girl and basically lie to her. And it's like really fascinating look at something in a different culture that just seems like, to us, very foreign, alienating, and like, that's a horrible idea. That's so dangerous. And the movie deals with the consequences of this practice, but it also looks at some of the positive sides to the practice, of the things that can come out of it, that are how a little white lie can really bring the best out of someone. And so it's just like a central premise that like messes with you a little bit, because it very much feels very wrong and broken. And then it shows you all the ways that is true, but also the ways that it can be a good thing. And, I'm all for the Brendan Fraser renaissance, and this is kind of the continuation of that. 28, Dangerous Animals. Gotta say, I saw this movie the coolest way possible, which is they did a screening of this movie in Austin out on a lake. It is a movie about a guy that's like basically a serial killer that uses sharks to kill girls he kidnaps. And it's a survival horror film as this girl tries to escape. And I watched it floating in an inner tube in a lake, while there was scuba divers underwater grabbing our toes anytime there was a shark attack. That is a fun way to watch a movie. And my wife in particular, loves shark movies. Jaws is her favorite film. That same month, we got to watch Jaws at this exact same beach in the same exact format with the people pulling on your toes with our son, which was also really cool. But it has Jai Courtney as the serial killer, and it's fun Jai Courtney. Fun Jai Courtney is way better than stoic action hero Jai Courtney, who's just stiff, wooden, and not very interesting. But when he does silly, over-the-top Jai Courtney, he's great, and that's what you get in this movie. And our girl that's kidnapped is pretty awesome. A great final girl that they make her particularly hardcore. There's one thing that she does pretty late in the movie. You're like, whoa, that's it. They went for it. And so I really enjoyed this movie. Like, it's like a B movie, shark movie, try to kill you movie, but a really fun one. 27, Final Destination, Bloodlines. And I've always enjoyed the concept of Final Destination more than any individual film. There's like two great central ideas in the franchise. Someone escapes death and death is chasing after them. And the kind of cause and effect Rube Goldberg machine deaths where some little thing happens and death causes a series of small minor things that lead to death. Two great ideas in a franchise with movies that I don't think have fully lived up to it. And I don't feel like any of the sequels have really built on the possibility of the lore there until this film. Like, the other ones are like, well, look at this picture and stuff that I don't like. It's just like very minor changes to it. And I felt like this is the first time they ever took the premise and like, what if you took it to this bigger level where a lot of people escape death? How would that over time, how would death respond to that? I just thought it was really clever. I thought there's a bunch of memorable deaths in the movie, whether they're more extravagant, like the introduction one with this big building, or wince-inducing, like the one involving an MRI machine, or subtle, the one that was heavily focused on in a trailer with a cookout, where a piece of glass falls into some ice, and then you see a series of things of like the dangers at this cookout, that what could happen. Those are the ones I really enjoyed, but this movie did all of them right. I think this is my favorite movie in the Final Destination franchise. 26, Christie, the other Sydney Sweeney movie that all the headlines were about entirely the wrong thing, like fabricating this deal about she can't carry a movie. Like, these are small budget movies with fairly limited distribution that played at film festivals. These are not big blockbusters. These are not big studio films at all. Why are we treating them and analyzing their box office as if they were? This is a movie about a female boxer biopic. I'm only aware of one hit movie about a female boxer ever, $1 Million Baby. And that was, 20 years ago, at the height of Hilary Swank. Well, Clint Eastwood was still a draw as an actor as well as a director. It was a different era. There's one movie about female boxing that was a hit that I'm aware of. So making this all about Sydney Sweeney can't carry movies, just so silly. The movie itself made me interested in female boxing, or at least this one thing, where I didn't know who Christy Martin was before this, because I don't know any female boxers. And so I didn't have any clue what her story was. I'm watching it and I couldn't both believe how often her story intertwined with things I was aware of. Like, she was on the undercard the night that Mike Tyson bit off Evander Holyfield's ear. She fought that night in that ring. Like, that was a huge 90s event, and she was a part of it. But female boxing, not super popular. And there's several other ones where she kind of popped up along the way. But the thing that was wild about it is that her real-life story and drama outside the ring was insane. You're watching through the first 90 minutes of the movie, and it's like, okay, fairly typical biopic, but touching on some stuff I wasn't expecting. Okay. And then you get to the last 30 or 45 minutes of the movie, and it goes off in places I was like, this can't possibly be real. What a weird thing to make up. Nope. They didn't make any of this stuff up. And in the promotion of it, I was reached out about interviewing Christy Martin. While we're watching a segment of this movie, my wife grabs my hand and she goes, I hope she makes it. And I have to turn to her and says, Jennifer, you know that I was invited to interview her. You know she's going to survive. But there's parts that, like, it's that level of crazy, of like stressful. Will she survive in a movie that I thought was just going to be a standard sports biopic? It's this whole other thing, and all the crazy stuff really happened. 25, Ballerina, the John Wick spinoff. A movie I went into, like, really nervous about. Like, how are you going to pull this off? It's directed by Len Weissman, who is a good action director. I like his movies, but he's not Chad Stahelski. He's not John Wick. I was like, how's he going to pull this off? And then they delayed the movie a year to do reshoots. So I went in like, is this thing going to work? And it absolutely did. It lives up to the John Wick quality of action. Each action set piece is different, stands out from the other ones. It fits perfectly into the world of John Wick while telling a slightly different type of story with a slightly different type of, or a different type of protagonist. And so watching them, and there's like, even the use of colors, the way that it does like, there's a section in it where there's a flamethrower versus like water, like just interesting use of colors and the contrast and the way things are done, just consistently interesting and memorable, like the John Wick movies. I actually felt that John Wick was one of the weakest parts of the movie, which is crazy because John Wick is like the selling point to get people to go, part of the world of John Wick, Keanu Reeves is great, John Wick is amazing. But I got so invested in actually her adventure that it felt like almost like a little rabbit trail side quest that, when he showed up, that pulled me away from what I was interested in, which is only a compliment to the movie that I was invested enough in Ana de Armas' character that I didn't need John Wick to puff things up at all. It worked without the cameo. Though, at the same time, you needed to have some John Wick in there to like pull the universe together and how it fit into the timeline and everything. So I get it. 24, one battle after another. Another movie that is a Best Picture frontrunner. A lot of people absolutely adoring this movie. And ever since I first put out my thoughts on this movie, people have been like, how could you not love this movie? I get not crazy for it. This is a ranking of 160 movies. It's number 24. I've always been very positive on this film, just not best of the year positive. So I've been very confused as to people's reaction to my thoughts on the movie. It is consistently entertaining. It's very funny. It is filled with great performances. It is filled with lively, memorable characters. It moves at a nice, brisk pace. It has an amazing chase sequence towards the end of the movie, using the horizon in a way that like turns little hills like they're waves in the ocean. It is just wonderfully staged and shot. I did have some issues with the just overall politics of the movie or the romanticizing of a group of people that were violent political terrorists. The specific context, timing of this, I watched this movie at Fantastic Fest, and the movie starts with violent terrorists attacking essentially an ice facility. The very next day, a sniper here in Texas opened fire on an ice facility and killed 2 detainees. So for me, it was a movie that had very uncomfortable politics because it deals with and props up people committing political violence and never really condemns that. And in the month that took place I watched this in September 2025, that was really uncomfortable. And the sort of thing that the response from people in the comment section was equally like confusing of like, I'm not saying something crazy. I didn't call the movie bad. I'm saying it's very good, but political violence kind of being it's not encouraged. It's not promoted, but it's also not condemned in the movie. And we're rooting for the people that commit political violence and literally blow up buildings and commit very violent crimes. Some of them are murderers, and they're not condemned. At a time where political violence is taking place in the streets, people are dying from ICE agents at ICE facilities, political assassinations are taking place. I don't think it's crazy to be uncomfortable with a movie that deals with political violence and does not condemn it. 23, The Plague, a movie that is not about an actual plague, but it's more like Mean Boys. It's a bunch of boys at like a water polo camp, middle school boys at a water polo camp, and it's about the social hierarchy And there's a boy that's an outcast because he has the plague, which is like a fungal infection, and they took the whole narrative about it. And our lead character wants to fit in, but he also wants to friend that other boy. And it's just a painfully truthful and honest look at how awkward middle school is, how cruel we can be to each other, and the weird hierarchies that form. 22, Song Sung Blue, the Neil Diamond movie that is in fact not a Neil Diamond movie. I watched this movie with my mother at home. My mother loves Neil Diamond. In fact, I went to go to a Neil Diamond concert with her like 25 years ago. I grew up listening to a lot of Neil Diamond. And somehow I watched this movie having not seen a trailer for it and having not seen a synopsis or anything. So I didn't actually know what the movie was about. So I assumed that Hugh Jackman was playing Neil Diamond. And the movie started, and almost immediately it's like pretty clear, oh, he's playing this other guy? What's going on? Is this not about Neil Diamond? What? And the movie is about a real life. Like, why would you make up a movie about all this? The movie's about a real life Neil Diamond impersonator, something that I did not even realize until we got to the end of the movie. This is a very strange experience watching this one because I completely misunderstood the movie that I was watching going into it and as I was watching it. So we're watching this film about this guy that decides to be a Neil Diamond impersonator and the trauma and drama all along the way in his life. And there's a series of things that happen. I was like, well, that's a little bit far-fetched. What oddly, like, this guy, why would he opens for Pearl Jam? Why would you come up with something so specific? That's interesting. And it turns out all these things I thought were like such weirdly specific details are real things that happened. And they're like, and so it was just fascinating to watch the movie, so misinterpreting it. But as someone that knows all of the Neil Diamond songs in this movie, that thoroughly enjoys Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson, it's just like a really interesting, I don't know, underdog story and drama and feel good, but also tragedy. And it's like all these things kind of at once, and processing through shortcomings, failures, pursuing your dreams, all kind of intertwined into one. And so a movie that, as much as I misunderstood it going in, I really enjoyed it coming out. 21, Is This Thing On? Bradley Cooper's latest film, and his last movie, Maestro, I felt was like too much of a try-hard Oscar bait movie. Some incredible technical achievements, incredible transformative performance, but it was like trying so hard to win Oscars, it forgot to just tell a compelling story. And lost its humanity in the process of pursuing perfection. I feel like Is This Thing On was like Bradley Cooper recalibrating and doing it right. And so it stars Will Arnett as a man in the process of kind of going through a divorce. And his marriage is falling apart. And he just takes up stand-up comedy almost by freak chance to process through everything going on, and he uses the stage as his mechanism to work through things. And it has a sense of humor to it, but it's not trying to be laugh out loud funny, but it's really just a very human story, and a movie just diving into how people drift apart and you lose yourself, and in life and parenting and everything, and you just kind of forget about things you care about and you love, and rediscovering them, and you forget what you love about your partner. Just a very human movie that just touched on a lot of profound stuff. 20, Wake Up Dead Man, the third film in the Knives Out series, and just another solid whodunit from Rian Johnson. This time managing to tackle religion and politics, which two things you generally speaking, you be careful, you can step on a lot of toes when you do that. And it manages to intertwine them in a way that fits the story being told. It's a movie that tackles corruption in religion while giving a central character who exemplifies the best in religion, of someone that truly cares about people and wants to help them. It will mash on toes of the way that churches can be hijacked and turned into political organizations or power structures to control people in perverse ways. And then it gives us this lead character that understands grace and truly cares. And it counterbalances the things in the movie that could be off-putting by saying, no, it's not that all religion is bad. Not everybody is corrupt. It can be corrupt. But also, here's the positive. Here's the good example. It's just, I thought it balanced things really nicely. Kept me guessing. I was like, you, as soon as you think you know where it's going, it's like, you don't know. Like, one of the things the Knives Out movies always have done well is reframing things, in particular the first one and this one, reframing things every 30 minutes where it kind of changes your perspective on what you thought you were seeing. This one continues to do that. And the lead guy in it, he's surrounded by these established actors, some of them Oscar winners, nominees, and he absolutely carries his own, surrounded by all these heavyweights, and he's going to have a big career ahead. 19, Roof Man. Another movie based off of real life events where reality was stranger than fiction. And the guy in the movie is such an odd bird that it hops over, it speed runs through him committing multiple years worth of crimes at McDonald's, skips over or very rushes through a prison break. And to put main focus on this guy living in a toy store, like it's such a weird, bizarre guy where it did so many interesting things that it's tough to even know what do you focus on when he's so peculiar and so interesting. And Channing Tatum plays our lead guy, and it's able to really feel sorry for this guy that is like a guy that can't stop lying and can't make a good choice, and it's like impossible for him to do the right thing, but also he cares about people. Like it's like this strange contradiction of a human that can do all these crimes and constantly lie, and also seems to really care about people. Like has a sensitive, weird side to him, or sweet side to him. And that dynamic is what drives the movie and makes it so compelling because he's a real person. And you get to the credits and they show footage of him and these people he interacted with and kind of shows you the reality of it. But just very, doing this list, I'm reminded of all the movies on here that I haven't been able to watch with my wife yet. And like, there's just not enough time. It's a new year, all the new movies I need to watch. Like, oh man, but she hasn't seen this. Roof Man is one of the ones she hasn't seen yet. This is like, maybe I'll watch Roof Man tonight with my wife. Like, she needs to watch this. 18, Good Fortune. Speaking of smaller movies that I wasn't able to see in the theater with my wife, Good Fortune was one of them, but this is one I was able to go back and watch with her a month or two back. But this one stars Aziz Ansari, who also wrote and directed the movie, Seth Rogen, and Keanu Reeves as a crappy guardian angel who wants to do better. So Aziz Ansari is a guy struggling to make ends meet in LA. He wants to work in film and be like an editor and make documentaries and stuff, but he's found himself just working multiple jobs, living out of his car. And he does a delivery to Seth Rogen, who's this guy that is like a tech bro that made millions of dollars and lives like this dream life. And so their lives kind of merge together. And Keanu Reeves steps in trying to help Aziz Ansari not feel jealous for Seth Rogen. He switches their lives and things go horribly wrong.
You're smoking cigarettes now? Leave me alone, Jeff. I like it. It's all I have.
It's funny. It's insightful. It has kind of this, the rich, why don't they treat people better? It does that, but in a way that it feels like Hollywood calling themselves out, because it's like Seth Rogen calling himself out, like that sort of thing. And so it does it in a way that doesn't feel like they're preaching at everyone else. It feels like they're like calling themselves out, preaching at themselves, which I'm fine with. It has a sweetness to it. Keanu Reeves as a crappy guardian angel is hilarious. And so a movie that just like, it's like a feel-good comedy. Like not like Naked Gun, laugh out loud beginning to end comedy, but like consistently entertaining in a charming way. 17, Superman. This was one of my most anticipated movies of the year on all the levels. Superman is one of my two favorite superheroes, right along with Batman. And it was kicking off the DCU. I mean, Creature Commandos came before it, but this was like the real, true kickoff. Like, what is the cinematic universe going to look like? And then it's the latest James Gunn movie. So on multiple levels, very excited to see what they were going to do here. And while it didn't completely blow me away the way that I would have hoped to, I would, of course, would have preferred this was in my top 5 of the year. I really enjoyed the film. And it was a comic book movie that just jumped straight into the deep end of being super nerdy comic book movie stuff. We've reached a point in time where you don't need to try and like shave off the rough edges, take away the weirdness, simplify it. You don't have comic accurate costumes because normies won't like it. We've reached a point in time where everyone, normies and everyone, are completely acclimated to the weirdness, the quirkiness, the comic bookiness of comic book movies. So you can just jump into the deep end and go wild with it. And you get this, counterbalancing the Henry Cavill version, which was this Superman carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, introspective and, condemned and figuring all that out. And you go with this very aw shucks version of Superman that's nerdy and not remotely cool, but a genuinely good person in a world of cynicism, and finding a way to turn that into a theme throughout the movie. That it's not, the film isn't about him having a big change of heart. It's like him realizing, no, it's good that you are who you are. It's good that you're naive and you're innocent and you're honest, you're sincere, and you're a good person in a world filled of darkness. Don't change, be the example. And those things that worked really well for me. Yeah, I guess it's not in my top 5 the way of like there's a couple things that you would nitpick about it and you can watch my review, but this is a celebration of the things I did like at this point in time. So like so much of it I loved, so much of it I thoroughly enjoyed. And just that we get these different interpretations of Superman, a character that I love, and I love him in his different forms. So I had a great time with this movie. 16, Sisu Road to Revenge. I really enjoyed the first Sisu movie. I liked the second Sisu even more. Some of that perhaps was just proper expectations of kind of going into it knowing that it is intentionally over the top and not meant to be grounded or believable at all. And some of that is that it doubles down on all of that, takes everything I enjoyed about the first Sisu and just does a more extreme version of it. The villain's better. This time it's played by Quaritch himself, Stephen Lang, always a great villain. It's also a vehicular movie. That the first one is like the guy on the ground walking around trying to carry his gold around. In this time, it's planes, trains, and automobiles. That we're literally having car chases that are inspired by Indiana Jones, both the motorcycle chase in Last Crusade as well as the truck chase in Raiders, except this ultra-violent R-rated version of it. There's a plane section in it, which also, once again, is reminiscent of Last Crusade, but its own ultra-violent, crazy, wacky version of it, that it's inspired also by Looney Tunes. And then it ends on a train. It also has a tank thrown in there, too. Like, it's wild, it's over the top, it's bonkers, and it ends on a note that is so sweet. In a movie that's so violent, huge body count, blood everywhere, and it ends on a very sweet note. The person to my left and right when I watched it were crying at the end of this movie. Wasn't expecting that. 15, Thunderbolts. An MCU movie about everyone's third favorite Captain America, their 8th favorite character from Ant-Man and the Wasp, a bunch of characters you forgot were even in the MCU, and Yelena, and somehow it uses that bizarro mix to be exactly the hook for the movie. It's about the losers, the rejects, the ones that nobody wants. And they made that the theme of the movie. And because of it, it becomes a film about depression, purpose, camaraderie, fitting in. And where so many MCU movies are just about being an MCU movie, this is an actual movie exploring themes and ideas. So much so that we get to the third act of it, and it turns into a surrealist visualization of the mind of a character with mental health issues, which is awfully artsy, interesting, and experimental for the MCU, while still managing to have all the fights you want, the quips you need, and everything else that is mandatory for an MCU film. I kind of always had a feeling this was going to be a good one. I was one of the people, in particular, because they put the Toadies in the trailer for it, and the Toadies were a major part of my life in the early zeros. So putting Possum Kingdom in the trailer went, these guys are onto something special. And then the movie continued to tap into that. Hey, if you like Sean Chandler Talks About and want to support the channel on a deeper level, consider joining over on Patreon. You can join for as little as $2 per month or $21 per year if you sign up for an annual membership. And with that, I do a couple of weekly live streams, sometimes 3 live streams. One of them is a Q&A that's normally 90 minutes to 2 hours long. I answer everybody's questions. That's what I clip out. The clips on my second channel, Sean Chandler Plus, are almost all pulled from my Patreon live streams. And for as little as $2 per month, you can join those and ask questions. Anybody gets to ask questions, and I answer everybody's questions. Also do a box office show where I kind of break down the box office and what I think about why movies performed and everything like that. If you like box office stuff, another nice little perk over there. And other extended cuts. Sometimes if I do a top 10, I'll do 10 more, 5 more over on Patreon. And so if you like my channel, if you want to support the channel, if you want to get more content, consider joining over on Patreon for as little as $2 per month, $21 per year. At $5 per month, you can get your name on my end card. And then at the top tier, you can do a 30-minute one-on-one video chat with me. And so people ask me about movies, whatever niche one they want to talk about. Some people ask me about YouTube and YouTube advice. Sometimes people just want to talk about other things. We talk about something not even movie related at all. And it's a lot of fun. Like, I started doing all this because I love to talk about movies way too much and connect with other people that love to talk about movies way too much. And over on Patreon, that's kind of where I get to do that. So if you like the channel, want to support it more, want more content, consider joining over on Patreon. 14, Frankenstein, or Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. Just an absolutely gorgeous gothic drama where every frame looks gorgeous, every set looks incredible. It's interesting to look at. The practical effects, the makeup for the monster, the bodies being cut up and reassembled, everything in it looks incredible. And it tells this compelling narrative, or kind of two compelling narratives, as we track Dr. Frankenstein and kind of the trauma that drives his obsession and creates his flaws, where you can see where he's trying to break free from the path his father dictated for him, but that trauma also set him on the same path. And then the tragedy of the monster and him being stuck as an outcast where he can never fit in and there's no place for him. And so a movie that's filled with emotion, gorgeous images, just compelling film. 13, Companion. Speaking of movies like Good Fortune and Roofman that I thought my wife would like that, this is one I did remember to show my wife, but it was a year after I watched it. So a couple months back, finally rewatched this one with my wife. And it was just as good as I remembered it. I just love kind of these tight survival thrillers that have just clever scripts. And that's what I felt this movie had. The trailers for it, I think, gave away too much. The early trailers that were more vague and teased the torture and the toxic relationship without giving away the hook of the movie. that was like those were great, and unfortunately the later trailers kind of gave me a little bit more information than I needed. The thing that's so cool about this movie is it's designed in a way where every 20 30 minutes there's a new twist that helps you to reframes everything you knew up to that point in time in the movie. So they give away a big one of those in the trailers, like, you didn't have to do that. I was sold on your movie without you having to do that. That would have been so good to discover that in the theater, not knowing the true nature of this. But then it keeps doing that throughout the whole movie as you realize who's behind what was driving it, the scheme, the plan, everything like that. It's not really a horror comedy, but it has a sense of humor to it. It has a lot of just the right amount of jokes in it, in particular the way that it kind of shows you the way someone is thinking through what's happening and scheming. Another movie where Jack Quaid plays both the sweet, wholesome boyfriend, but also someone with a dark side to them. He's played a number of those roles, which has been fun. I actually got to interview him about that shortly after this movie came out. I interviewed him for the movie Novocaine, which we might be talking about shortly. And that was one of the things we talked about, is kind of the way that he's played a number of these very kind of safe characters that turn out to be really dangerous. And it was just kind of fun to talk with him about that. But I just love these types of movies. It just felt it was smart, it was clever, and it delivered everything I wanted out of it. 12, Jay Kelly. This is the latest Noah Baumbach film. And this one is kind of a celebration of film and the arts and the sacrifices made all along the way. It stars George Clooney and Adam Sandler. And sometimes when Hollywood makes movies about themselves and the sacrifices they make and what it takes for them to create their art, and it feels like they're kind of patting themselves on the back a little bit, I roll my eyes at those movies. And at the beginning of this movie, I was rolling my eyes a little bit, but as it went along, I was like, oh, this is done really well. This is a good version of one of these movies. But basically, it's George Clooney is this aging, kind of playing himself, this very celebrated actor that through a series of things starts processing his life and the choices all along the way that he made, and some bridges that he burned unintentionally. And he's not written to be this guy that just trampled all over people to climb the ladder. But he made choices all along the way where he did burn a number of people that were close to him, and he gained where others lost. And it's kind of him reconciling with all of that, with friends, with his family, even with his relationship with the Adam Sandler character, who's been kind of like his assistant for years and years and years. And they're very, very close, but Adam Sandler's still his employee. And their relationship is, I pay you money for you to serve me. And as close as they are, and as much as they know each other, and as much as they mean each other, that's always there. And so Adam Sandler's likewise, because of certain choices that George Clooney's making in this, is seeing the toll it's taking on him. And so just like a movie that, while being very much about Hollywood and like our art matters and the sacrifices we make, and it's hard life for us to create our work, it's just so much humanity to it, a sincerity to it, an honesty to it, that it just really works. 11, Fantastic Four First Steps. I kind of wish I could have rewatched, or if there's some way to rewatch Fantastic Four, Superman, Thunderbolts, and trying to decide, like, they're all in my mind really close as to which ones I like, where I kind of fall on them. So I wish I had months later could do a rewatch and see how they sit with me a little bit differently. Because I each one of them for different reasons I wanted to kind of have on top, and I kept going back and forth and playing around with it. But that's where these lists get so difficult at this point in time. But Fantastic Four, I think for me, I just loved that I felt like I was stepping into a world that I just wanted to explore more. And it just felt like wherever we went, there's another adventure to be had around that corner, or down that road. Or wait, there's a whole city underneath the city? What's that about? I want to learn more about that. I loved that world building. And we'd be on the streets and there'd be a sign and I want to look at it and read the sign. And it just found like the little details all throughout the movie were just interesting, whether it's a sign over there or the way that Johnny has like these records that have information on them. So it's like very retro, but it's futuristic and it's like the Jetsons. And so just, you're watching it like, how does this technology work? I loved that, just immersive nature of it. And everything looked interesting, cool, different. And so it just pulled me into the world in a way that maybe for this year was the movie that I was immersed in the world the most and curious about the world the most. And even beyond that, you know, they find a way to do a chase sequence in space with a girl on a surfboard chasing after a spaceship, but it also is very reminiscent of a sequence in Interstellar, which definitely did not have a woman on a surfboard. But it kind of had some physics and logic to it. And then it also references slingshotting around a star, which is Star Trek 4, which you're speaking my love language. As soon as you say something in your movie that makes me go, Star Trek 4? Instantly, you have made me love your movie a little bit. And so this, to me, felt like the MCU kind of having a spark of creativity again. That a number of movies just, they haven't quite had that. They just felt too directed by committee, competing visions. And this was a film that, you know, it's a movie you could tell that they trimmed some things in the editing room, but it felt like it had a singular vision for how they wanted to tell their story, what they wanted their story to look like. It was unified, and it was distinct in a way that even in phases 2 and 3, which I love, outside of James Gunn and Coogler, most of the directors didn't bring a distinct vision like this to a film. And so that, to me, just elevated this film so much. Bringing us into the top 10, Novocaine. When you're doing a top 10, it's got to feel personal. It's got to feel like you got that distinct flavor of you in it. And for me, the movie in this top 10 that probably feels the most like that's a me pick would be Novocaine. I love mid-budget action movies, high-concept ones. And with Novocaine, they came up with a clever gimmick of a guy that can't feel pain and turns that into a superpower as he's trying to save a girl desperately. And it creates a very distinct fighting style in the movie because he doesn't know how to fight, but because he's not afraid of pain, he can do all sorts of things that you and I cannot do. And then as he goes along and he's more injured and it gets more wince-inducing, more cringe-inducing, ugh, but fun, entertaining, and different. From beginning to end, I was laughing, I was wincing, I was smiling. This is another one where Jack Quaid and the directors went on a tour. They came here to Austin. And so that was the thing they said. We wanted to make a movie that makes you go, ah, the whole film. They made a movie that made me go, ah, the whole film. Also I actually interviewed Jack Quaid about the movie twice because I got to interview him on the red carpet there as well as a press junket, talk with the directors. And they referenced all these movies that I love, like Upgrade, as movies where there had to be a disconnect between what is on the face of the person fighting and what their body's doing. There's this disconnect that if you watch a Jackie Chan movie, no disconnect because his body, he's complete control of his body. In this movie, the guy does not have control of his body and doesn't know all of what's going on. And it's so fascinating. That's what makes it so fun. And like watching his hand be put in fry oil while he's like, whoa, he's smiling. There's a disconnect. And it's just like a film that was different, but so on my wavelength. 9, K-pop Demon Hunters. I've got 2 girls who are, I guess now Chloe just turned 12. 12 and under. The people that went absolutely nuts for K-pop Demon Hunters, and they went absolutely nuts for K-pop Demon Hunters. There's months where they went to bed playing it in the background, the soundtrack playing in the background every single night. Every car ride, we're screaming Golden as a family. And they carelessly literally watched this movie every single day that she could for months and months and months and months and months until In Your Dreams dropped on Netflix. And sometimes that drives you crazy as a parent. And sometimes it's like, honestly, if you're going to go crazy for a movie, there's a lot of actual merit to this one. That it's a film that has a very creative, high energy animation style that pulls in a bunch of influences from anime and other things. So it's just different. It pulls in demon lore from Asian cultures, not from Western cultures. So it's just different. It has messaging in it about being honest, true to yourself, but also recognizing the ways in which we have our insecurities and our secrets that we fear the people we love finding out about them, how they'll treat us if they know these truths about us. They're like really good insights, but told on a level that children can understand, and making songs out of them too. So I thought this was just a movie that when I first watched it, I was like, oh, cool. And it grew with me. You can watch my initial reviews, rankings of it from summertime versus by the end of the year. That was literally because the movie played in my house nonstop, and I just appreciated it more and more with time. 8, The Housemaid. A great date night movie to close out the year. Actually, this was the last movie I saw in the theater in 2025. That was not intentional. We went to go see this movie. Wife and I, date night, early press screening. Great time at the movie. Movie ends. My wife stands up clapping. She loved it. Awesome date night. We drive home. I'm all fine. I get home and I just collapse. I just got really tired. I just lost all my energy. And I was sick for the next 2 weeks. Just out for 2 weeks and didn't get to see any more movies in the theater for the rest of the year. And it was Housemaid, great final one. But another one, kids were at our grandparents' house a month ago and we're like, what should we watch? Let's rewatch The Housemaid. Just a great little thriller that has a series of twists. Every character has a secret. Everyone is hiding something. And it's just, you go through the movie and you understand it one way, and then you get a reveal and you go, oh, that's what this movie's really about. And then 20 minutes later, you get a reveal about the next character and you go, oh, that's what the movie's really about. And it keeps changing the rules, redefining things. And so you're constantly reinterpreting everything you think you know about the movie you're watching. It's got a dark sense of humor. It builds up a series of tension in multiple sexual tension, frustration with characters, anger towards characters, all building to this big crescendo of a payoff at the end. Just every level, this one worked for. Number 7, Marty Supreme, a movie that let us know which of the Safdie brothers is probably the more talented of the directors, as well as proved that you actually can have a compelling movie about ping pong. An absolutely insane movie about ping pong. The Marty Supreme character is so absolutely compelling because he is just this madman of talent and an inability to stop. He can talk his way into anything, and then he won't stop talking, and he can talk his way into chaos and trouble. And the whole movie is this guy that just does not know where the line is, where the boundary is, getting himself into more and more trouble in his pursuit of greatness. It just a movie that, on paper, I could not explain to you exactly what it is that makes the movie so compelling, because there's no other movie like it. There's no point of reference I can be like, well, it's kind of like Uncut Gems as a ping pong movie, which is true, but also not remotely helpful as a comparison because it doesn't make any sense until you have seen this movie. 6, The Long Walk. I'd heard this movie was awesome, but even as I went into it, people I trust, people that know my taste, are, oh, it's great, you're going to love it. I went in as I don't know how a movie about people walking for 2 hours is going to hold my attention. And the movie started, and about 15 minutes into it, I was like, I'm liking this. I'm still not sure how this movie's going to hold my attention for 2 hours as people are walking. Because we just started walking. I don't know. And then the first person dies. And immediately you're like, oh, there it is. It is like this combination of kind of, it's not dystopian future because it's set in the past, but dystopian alt past kind of combined with the Stephen King of Stand By Me and the child coming of age stuff of It, where you're growing to love these friendships that are formed, and you care about the individuals, but more importantly, you care about their relationships to each other, all while knowing almost all of them are going to die. All but one of them is going to die, based on the basic premise of this thing that we're watching. So it's like Hunger Games plus Stand By Me, It with the kids, and you're just watching this dread as it goes along. You care more and more about them, and more of them are dying, and it's just so gut-wrenching. It's poignant. It's powerful, and it's a movie that's able to make an untied shoe, a blister, a cramp, utterly devastating. In fifth place, Warfare. This is the latest film from Alex Garland. He co-directed it with essentially the action consultant that he used for Civil War, the war consultant for Civil War. And when they did the movie Civil War, there was a sequence that was basically a real-time action sequence. And Alex Garland asked this consultant, who was an actual military veteran, like, hey, is there any stories from your time in the service that we could take this storytelling technique and apply it to? And he went, yeah, there's this one day that was just defined everything, and we could do this. And so the movie doesn't say based on real life events. It says based on memories or something like that. The memories was the word. And the concept of the film was everything in this movie that you see or hear has to be based off of an actual memory from one of the survivors from that day. And by doing so, it just creates one of the most immersive, unique war films I've ever seen. It's not about the flashiest day of war, the specific story, the events of the day aren't the thing that makes it compelling. It's how true it is and believable it is. And so before the action takes place, you just have a soldier walking through a room, and he walks, and you just see the dust on the windowsill, and you're like, what's that about? And it's not really important to anything. It's just, that's what that person remembered that day. And the whole movie has these little things that it just pauses to show a detail, a moment. Because that's what the actual person in that room remembered about that room. And the way the military tactics used, the ways that mistakes are made when treating people with injuries because all the chaos, it is so immersive. It's so distinct. The sound, there's parts in it where something goes off, you're following along with some events and a person gets knocked out, and there's a time jump because the person doesn't remember what happened. So you can't have anything for that section. And so it just captures the reality of this very specific day in warfare. 4, The Naked Gun. Simply put, this is the movie this year that made me laugh the most by a lot. It was like categorically different from every other comedy that came out this year. And it was so refreshing to go to a movie and laugh out loud for 90 minutes straight with a theater full of people laughing out loud. So much so that I had to watch it a second time to catch all the jokes because I was laughing and I missed a number of jokes because we're all laughing so much. And we don't get that many laugh out loud comedies anymore. We get Marvel movies that have jokes or Marvel movies that are more comedies, and you get blockbusters with lots of quips, and you get, dramedies. But the good old days of just a movie designed to make you laugh from beginning to end, we don't get very many of those. Some people were nervous, like, you can't remake The Naked Gun. And about 10 years back, there started being murmurs of, like, what if Seth MacFarlane did a remake of Naked Gun with Liam Neeson? Because Liam Neeson did some stuff with Seth MacFarlane, and he did some sketch comedy and stuff, and he did these little bits, and his deadpan comedy is totally different from Leslie Nielsen's. And that's exactly why it could work. And then likewise, Seth MacFarlane does edgy humor, and he would be respectful of what came before, but doing his own way. And while this movie was not directed or fully written by Seth MacFarlane, he was a heavily involved producer, and it lived up to the potential of that. It was as good as I hoped it would be. In third, Weapons. This is the latest film from Zach Krieger, a movie I went into having seen a trailer of like kids running through the streets, and that's like all I knew going into it. And then the movie itself, true to Barbarian, is unexpected. It's nonlinear. It's told in chapters. It keeps you guessing. It's able to have just the right amount of humor to be entertaining without undercutting the terror of the situation. It's gut-wrenching in the way that it tells the story of a teacher and a father. A teacher who lost all of her students but one and has been blamed, and a father who's desperately trying to find his child and is angry about it. And so you feel the humanity of it. It tells the story in this way that it just kind of keeps you trying to like looping back, but in the right ways of nonlinear storytelling, all leading up to this bonkers, insane crescendo of a third act that was so satisfying. Our runner-up, Sinners. Ryan Coogler has been one of the top working directors for quite a while and has firmly established himself as such. And I think Sinners is the movie that just kind of makes it unquestioning that it's not just that he was very successful with some franchise movies. He was able to tell an original movie that's a period piece that is heavily infused with the blues. It has very overt exploration of racism in the South and race issues, while being a classic genre film that delivers action, gore, while doing so much more. It's a movie, like he can tell an original film, sell tickets doing it. He's the draw and delivers on all of those fronts, every single one of them, and make a cohesive movie out of such disparate parts. Some people have said, it's just like basically a remake of From Dusk Till Dawn, which is one of the most irritating sentiments. Obviously, the one paragraph synopsis of the two movies is very similar. I do not have any objection to you saying, oh yeah, there's a lot of similarities from From Dusk Till Dawn. When you say it's just that it's just all it is a remake. When I hear that, I'm like, that is so unbelievably disrespectful to Quentin Tarantino, Robert Rodriguez, and Ryan Coogler. 3 different directors and writer, 2 of them writers, well, all 3 of them are writers, 3 different people I kind of adore for very different reasons. And From Dusk Till Dawn is such a Tarantino movie and such a Robert Rodriguez movie. And Sinners is such a Ryan Coogler movie. There's no Quentin Tarantino dialogue in Sinners. There's no Robert Rodriguez action in Sinners. It is a Ryan Coogler movie exploring things that Ryan Coogler is interested in. And so, yeah, we've surprised vampires show up, act like, yeah, there's similarities, but it's just a remake of From Dusk Till Dawn. That sounds like you don't even understand From Dusk Till Dawn and why that movie is awesome, let alone understand why Sinners is awesome. But it's the idea that you could say that after watching a movie that has the jazz or the music sequence, the history of music sequence, that sequence should not work. There's like the idea of a movie that otherwise doesn't do dream stuff. It doesn't do trippy visualizing things otherwise. And in the middle of the movie, music starts playing, and then we go into this metaphoric exploration of visualizing African music throughout the ages and how it moved into American culture, into the future beyond the events of this film. They pulled that off, and it's incredible. Is only because Ryan Coogler is just that good of a filmmaker, has his finger that much on the pulse, and knows how you can push boundaries, break the rules of your own movie, without breaking the movie and in fact amplifying everything that you're experiencing. It's just, that's why he's one of the best filmmakers and why it's so just like irritating to me when someone says, it's just a remake of From Dusk Till Dawn. Of course, there's obvious similarities. Totally fair to say that. It is not just a remake because movies are more than a one-paragraph synopsis. And if you reduce From Dusk Till Dawn to a one-paragraph synopsis, you're ignoring every amazing contribution that Quentin Tarantino, Robert Rodriguez, and the cast of those movies delivered to it. And you're ignoring everything that Ryan Coogler, Michael B. Jordan, Haley Steinfeld, Delroy Lindo, everyone is adding to this movie. Please don't do that. Movies are more than a one-paragraph synopsis of the plot. And Sinners is awesome. But coming in at number 1, F1. This was the dad movie of the year. I've got 3 kids. I have to pick F1 as my favorite movie of the year. This, along with Top Gun Maverick, both directed by Joseph Kosinski, who has become the they don't make movies like that anymore guy. They don't, but he does, and Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt continue to do so. It follows the formula. It's a classic crowd pleaser, but it is the Formula One done perfectly, so it's number 1 on this list. Now I'm just I've been recording for an hour and 42 minutes straight now, without pausing, without leaving this chair. My brain is a little bit of mush at the moment. So whatever I just said about trying to do F1, Formula One, that's the consequence of filming for this long straight. And I'm ranting about it right now, getting meta. Let's stop that. back to the movie. I loved it when I saw it in the theater. It played great. It's big, it's thrilling, it's entertaining. You love the lead Sonny character. In all the ways that it leans into, like, on the one hand, where you think it's going, and it does, but it always does it in an interesting way, a clever way, but a movie that's not trying to be subversive. It's not like we can't do it like they used to do it. It's like a movie that went, no, the reason they used to do it like that, the reason they made so many movies like that is because people love movies like that. And if you do it with excellence, it's still excellent. That's what this movie was to me. Now, I do have one irritation with this film. I was invited to 2 different Austin press screenings for it. There was a Monday one and there was a Wednesday one. The Wednesday one, they marketed as the Ladies' Night press screening. You might have noticed I'm not a lady, so I decided to go to the Monday one. Jump forward to Thursday of that same week. I'm watching a little video on Instagram about the Austin press screening of F1, and I see a video of where I was seated at this IMAX theater. It's the biggest IMAX theater in Texas. Fantastic way to watch a movie like this. So I'm looking at my seat, and I'm not in my seat. I'm like, what's going on here? And then I see someone walk down the aisle. It's Brad Pitt. They invited Brad Pitt to Ladies' Night, not the one that I was at. Not a lady, didn't go to Ladies' Night. And he walked right by my seat. Like, I'm watching the video like, shouldn't I be in that seat? Where am I? And then Brad Pitt walked right by where I would have been at. So that would have been cool. But as I've already been talking about all the other cool experiences, people I interviewed, Tom Cruise showing up, I can't complain too much because what a year for movies. What a year for cool experiences. Let's end out this video about a movie that I loved and had a great time with. Oh, actually, we'll get back to that in just one second. The thing that locked this in at number 1, going back to a theme that came up multiple times in this video, I got sick in December. And I walked out of my bedroom, which I'd been locked in all day long with like sweating, fever, all that. And my wife had just started F1. And I feel horrible. I just sit down and it's the opening scene and it like auto-played. She didn't even mean to watch it. So I just sit down and like, oh, I want to watch this whole movie again. But like, of course I'm not going to watch it right now because I'm sick. So I watched the first scene and was like, okay. And she says to me, we don't have to watch this. I was like, I don't know. We can keep it on. Neither one of us intended to watch the movie, but both of us were like, well, I can't turn it off. And so I accidentally watched this 2.5 hour long movie. We watched the whole thing while sick, while feeling bad, while almost falling asleep. But the movie itself kept me engaged because it was that good. And that was the thing to me that ended up locking this one to the number one spot. That it's just such a movie that makes it every scene at the end of it, you're like, well, I want to watch the next one. I want to watch the next one. I got to watch that next part. It's one of those movies. But what I was just saying, closing out a year of awesome experiences in interviewing amazing people, getting to go to film festivals, work press junkets. The only reason I get to do that is because you watch my videos. Right now, you're at the end of either an hour and 15, hour, 20-minute long video, maybe an hour, I don't know how long this video is going to be, or you're watching the supercut. So you're at the end of a 4-hour-long video, and you're still watching. Because you care, because you click on the video, because you comment, you click the like button, maybe you subscribed or joined over on Patreon, something like that. Because of all of that, I get to talk about movies for a living and live kind of a dream life. I watch and talk about movies for a living. Sometimes I get to interview celebrities. Next week, I'm going to go to South by Southwest. I get to do that because you watch. Thank you so much. I truly mean that. And I didn't even mean to end this with a big thank you, but as I'm just talking about and whining about not getting to see Brad Pitt, I'm joking. I missed out on something that would have been cool in a year where I had so many awesome experiences, and I only get to have those awesome experiences because of you. It's as simple as that. I'm eternally grateful for this thing. If this whole thing ends tomorrow, what an awesome run that I've had that I got to do any of this for any number of years, let alone full-time now for 7 years. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to keep trying to deliver the best possible content that I can and continue to grow, explore continuing adventures in film journalism and whatever I can do to try and continue adding value. Because I love this so much and I'm so grateful I get to do it. And it's all because you click on my videos and continue to do so. So thank you so much. And keep talking movies and TV too much in 2026.